X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me right now, punch your things down. Let me show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Honestly, it feels like morning. This almost feels like it's a morning stream. What is up, everybody? It is so good to see all of you. I haven't streamed in the last couple days, and I missed you all. Though I will say, yesterday, I kinda did feel like I was streaming because I spent like 10 straight hours grinding the fuck out of World of Warcraft Vanilla Classic with my new guild. I have started a guild with Balthazar and Ellen Degenerate, and we got a big group of level 1 characters together yesterday to start off our mains leveling. Check this out. We have a lot more people in the guild, but this is everybody we were able to get on last night to level together. And I must say, we drew a lot of attention. We drew a whole lot of attention. Walking in a big parade of level 1s like this. And of course, our guild is called Trance Rights. You can probably get the joke. Or I guess it's not a joke, more of a reference. Oi, Zan, this is a bit late, but someone gave me this information about Sam Hyde. Check this out. Yeah, I'm not gonna click that, buddy. I don't know why, but that seems like an ominous and malicious link, my friend. Gonna be real. There we go. Yeah, that link seemed malicious as fuck. I wasn't gonna click that or allow that person to stay in chat. Their name was sus. The link was sus. Looked like the kind of link that if I clicked it, it was gonna, like, kill my internet and shut down the stream or some shit like that. It was a WordPress link, too. Yeah, it definitely wasn't gonna be anything relevant. Like, no new chatter who just made an account's gonna come into chat and drop some, you know, insane, dirt on Sam Hyde out of nowhere, unprompted. Smells like an IP grabber? Very well could be. Well, here's the thing. They made an account on my website, which, just, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Ironic, yeah. It is a little ironic. There have been Nazis who've come into my chat, like, acting like they're gonna try to, like, dox me or get me with, like, an IP grabber or something, and it's like, dog, you made an account on my website. You know that I can just see your IP, right? I would never make it public, but, I mean, you know, there you go. Unless they doxed me. Or were fucking with me too much. This is the actual Let Them Die bill, the interesting bits where they allow medical providers to... No, we've already covered it. No, Coded, we've already covered that bill. There's been another one that's even worse. Coded. It's gotten worse. You haven't been up to date on the Florida bill passes. They've criminalized shit now. There's more. We'll get into it in a minute. Wow, are these the "we'll dox you, bro, if you don't agree with us" bros? Yeah, it's the weirdo Nazi side of the internet, yes. Florida's kind of falling apart. It is indeed, isn't it? Really seems like the second I left Florida, everything just started to fall apart. It's like my existence in that state was the only thing holding that place together. Zan, never leave your current state. Oh, I love it here in Washington. There is one downside, though. They banned the sale of like, semi-automatic rifles here. So I can't buy an AR. I couldn't buy, like, any, like, semi-automatic World War II rifles. Like, they just fucked it. And you might think, oh, that's good, they banned those rifles, but they banned the sale of those rifles. The ownership is still legal. All the crazy far-right people, the people likely to do crime, people likely to commit a school shooting, they've already got the guns. The reason why this bill was able to get passed despite Republicans typically unanimously fighting against gun reform is because, you guys might not know this, but COVID resulted in a massive boom in gun purchases. People bought firearms like crazy during COVID. It was wild. A lot of brand new gun owners were made during COVID, and a lot of them were Democrats. A lot of them were left-leaning, which kind of contributed to the... Let's just say guns have never really been the best issue for Democrats to focus on. When it comes to, like, cultural relevance, it seems like the Democrats have a lot of support for gun reform, but when it comes to actual, like, polls, and when it comes to, like, what actual bills do you want to pass, what restrictions and bans do you want to pass, it can be a lot harder depending on where you are to get those things passed. But in regards to a place like Washington, there's a bunch of people that are like Dems in Washington that are getting armed. You know, they're actually buying guns because gun ownership among like Democrats went up with COVID, and they didn't want that. So I imagine that's a large part of why Republicans actually allowed this to happen in Washington. Because they could have fought it. Yeah, at least you can buy handguns. And handguns are the most fun to shoot. So it's not the end of the world. Hey Zan, Lance from the Source released a full response. Details he revealed in the video are that he has been blocked by Bad Bunny after she released a rant about him, and he called out abuse apologia by DJ Mule. That's very, very nice, Mac02PL. The thing is, the dude was salty that I made fun of his debate performance with Tim Pool and tried to redirect everything about, like, my criticism to being about that, when the main reason why he was relevant and I was talking about him was because he's friends with Illuminati and made a whole video defending her, like, abuse against the Clique and Wonder. And yeah, all of the receipts are out and everything. It's really not a good look. The reason why I made that video was because of this. People asked me, like, why don't I like the Serfs whenever this came up in the Illuminati drama. Why can't I speak today? I'm so stoned. When this came up during the Illuminati drama, the Serfs made this video. Illuminati debunks the malicious claims from former Sad Milk team. Her receipts are insane. By the way, this was him reacting to the video where she is responding to Legal Eagle, like the Legal Eagle drama she started, and then creates the like narrative about the Sad Milk members, Click and Wonder. So like, this was her video where she attacked the people she abused. So just straight up abuse apologia. And then guess what? Like an hour before he goes live to cover my, like, to respond to me and make his video on me, he takes this video down. You can see that the like ratio is not very good. I read the comments in the video. Unanimous negative comments saying, Lance, I like you, big L. All of the comments are telling him it's an L. He deleted this video an hour before responding to me. So yeah, I do think that Lance is kind of slimy. I really, really do. I think he's kind of slimy. So yeah, I'll let you guys make up your own opinion, but yeah, that's my position. Good quote about Illuminati-type leftists, but thus I counsel you, my friends, mistrust all in whom the impulse to punish is powerful. I'm not reading that shit. I'm not reading your Nietzsche quote. Is it just me, or does Lance's face resemble Jimmy Fallon a bit? I keep thinking that. Yeah, it kind of does. You know, it's kind of sad. I didn't want to, like, dislike or have bad blood with Lance, because I generally think that outside of his occasional debate performance being pretty bad, and, you know, I'm one to judge, you know, I don't think that's in any way, like, a mark of a bad person or somebody that I would, like, disrespect. But on top of that, he gave me shit for my debate performance first, before I ever gave him shit for his. He started that little lefty food fight, you know? And so there was that. But then there's also the fact that Lance, like, actively said he didn't like me in the response to somebody in his chat a while ago. And then you've obviously got this shit going down, where he's defending abuse, he's doing abuse apologia, which I think is the most important part. I think that's probably the kind of top of the pyramid, is the abuse apologia stuff. I don't think Lance is slimy. I think Lance is just way too loyal and willing to look past his friends' faults and way too slow to condemn them. Yeah, but that also doesn't really explain why... Like, I'm sorry, but if you're willing to consume a content creator's, you know, stuff because you think it's, you know, well-made and you enjoy it and you agree with it and all that good stuff, you should also be able to accept when, like, ah, fuck, the person behind this content did something bad. Tate lost it only now? Yeah, no, he was already insane. Oh, you don't know. You don't know Cock and Ball Torturer? Amazing name. I'm surprised Twitch allows that. I appreciate it, though. That's an epic name. If I could, like, give you a nickname in my chat and add the K, so it's, like, full-on cock and ball torture, I'd do it. I'd make you the official cock and ball torturer in my Twitch chat. Debate Voosh? Why would I debate Voosh? I just thought you were talking about, Tate. I thought you were talking about Tate, about that kind of torture. What? Am I just so stoned that I've lost my short-term memory, or am I just, like, jumping between chats too much? I think I'm gonna focus on the main chat, my website chat today. People in the other chats are being weird. Really quick, I'm gonna read some donos really fast. Let me go ahead and... Calculator... Yeah, I have to manually count up the donos, it's weird. But, you know, it's something. As long as we get to have the nice little demonstration of how much we've raised so far there for you guys to see. I think it's a cool little detail for the stream. Fake Alec Kyle Parker, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. That is very kind of you. It helps a lot, and yeah, just thank you overall. Zan, I understand your points, but counterpoint, kebabs. Okay, I do like kebabs. Thank you for the $10. I might buy some kebabs with that $10. Thank you very much. Niconomicon. Niconomicon, I guess that's your name. Thank you for the $10. Very kind of you as well. Thank you, thank you. Said, I'm up at 3 a.m. Jesus Christ. Says, I live in Australia land. Oh my lord, it's 3 a.m. in Australia. That actually explains a lot. Have some money, and good night to my fellow Xanderholics. Good night, Nekonomicon. I hope you enjoy your evening, and I hope you have a nice sleep. And of course, enjoy surviving the spider rain they have in Australia or whatever. Thank you for the $10. Hey, Cherry. Emergency segment. Check Discord. Oh, that might be a good thing to start off stream with.
For a while.
Oh, shit. This might be a good one to start off stream with. 20 minutes ago. Hot damn. Holy shit, you weren't kidding. You weren't kidding, Cherry. Yeah, 20 minutes ago. This is spicy and fresh. Oh, boy. I am the news vulture. Let's go, Cherry. Did you see the segments I added to the document? I did some digging, and I found some good segments to cover today. I think chat's gonna have a good, enjoyable time watching today's stream. Zoned out, what's going on? You're high too, camera box. That's the way you watch a Zan stream. I did not, but I'm sure they're bangers. Check right now, Cherry. Or you're fired! I need to figure out how to do like a perfect Benson from Regular Show impression. So just out of nowhere, I can bust it out and be like very politely, I say, hey Cherry, could you edit this video before like 6 p.m. or you're fucking fired! In the full-on Benson scream voice, just out of nowhere. And be like, thank you, Cherry. Obviously, it's a meme. It's a meme, but I want to be able to do, like, the perfect Benson impression. And just bust it out, like, mid-polite sentence, and then go straight back to polite speaking. Exactly how it goes normally, true. True. Benson's, like, actual motivations are pretty depressing when you find them out. I watch, Zan streams high as fuck at work. True. You gotta watch my streams while you're at work. Dude, can you... Okay, I have never had edibles before. But I have an idea of how they work. Like, based on the fact that I think I handle this really strong concentrate really well. How many milligrams in, like, a strong gummy edible do you think I could handle? Like, if I got a bunch of 50 milligram edible gummies, how many of those 50 milligram edible gummies do you think I could handle before I'd green out? 400 milligrams. Do you think I could handle a straight up 400 milligram dose? Ted and Division did 400 milligrams and survived. Kyle from PKA did 1,000 milligrams, a full gram of THC, and he survived. He got very high and basically was just there like... He was just sitting there like that for like half the podcast, but it truly was amazing to watch, dude. That would be me on 1,000 milligrams, though. I would just be there like... I'd just be gone, dude. I've done 1,500. After 1,000, there's no way it can get any worse. You just hit a ceiling. By the way, if you're watching right now, and we've got nearly 400 people watching, consider dropping a like. It really does help the channel out a lot. Whether you're watching on my website, Twitch, or YouTube, please consider opening up the YouTube stream and hitting that thumbs up button. It really does help out a lot, and I really do appreciate it. What's up, Heavy Gretel? And then, of course, thank you, Dr. Jaggy? I actually don't know how to pronounce it. For the tier 1 sub, I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Said, will you ever stream WoW now that you have a guild running? I might. I really might if you guys want me to. It's more of a matter of whether or not you guys want me to stream it. Because I don't want to, like, flood my channel with, like, VODs of WoW streams you guys don't give a fuck about, you know? I will certainly probably stream our guild's first clear of our first raid, because I've never raided in Classic WoW before. You play WoW what server? Ah, we got some new people in here, it seems. So for those that don't know, I have been heavily advertising the creation of my WoW guild that just had its very first leveling night, where we all like took our level 1 main characters and we like all started leveling together. We're playing on White Main. Sorry, my nose is itchy. We're playing on White Main, North America, and we're playing Horde. And our guild's called Trance Rights. And if you want to know how to join, go to my Discord server, go to announcements, and scroll up past the most recent 2 announcements and look at the most recent announcement. That will give you all the information on how you join the guild. I highly encourage as many of you as possible to reach out and try to join, because we have way more members than this. But this is everyone that was able to turn up last night. And we were drawing a lot of attention. Like, people were looking at us like, what the fuck is going on? Everybody was, like, walking up and asking what was happening, and everyone was like, Streamer Guild, we're starting a Streamer Guild, Streamer's starting a guild. And we were running to Valley of Trials in a big, like, Congo line. And it was just wild to see everybody turning and looking at us. So if you want to join, we're going to do our best to make sure that everybody gets to max level. If, like, I'm level 40 and there's a bunch of other level 40s that are willing to join me and a level 20 needs to, like, needs help leveling, we will help them, like, grind through quests, you know? Like, if they need to kill a bunch of mobs that are, like, just too hard to kill solo, we will just help run them through those quests for the quest completion XP, run them through dungeons, get them high enough level that they can join us in questing groups, and we'll help with attunements, everything. Because I want us to be able to raid. I have never raided before in WoW, outside of LFR in retail. I really, 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 really want to do a proper vanilla classic raid. So yeah. Based Zan, but I'm not a fan of MMORPGs, that's fine. But if you want to join, then you always have the option. The sooner you join, the better. Wow, 421 people watching right now. Thank you, everybody. Consider dropping a like, it really helps out a lot. What's the guild name? Trance Rights. Is it Waddle K? No, it's Classic Vanilla. Vanilla Classic. I never got to, like, play all the way through to level 60 and raid in Vanilla Classic, so I want to do that first, then we can transfer to Waddle K. Or if they do new, fresh TBC servers in the future, we could switch to those. I would prefer that before moving to, like, fresh Waddle K servers. Like, with these same characters would be dope. But, you know. We'll cross the bridge when we come to it. Thoughts on, Star Wars The Old Republic, it gets compared to Warcraft a lot, as in Star Wars Yeah, I know. Yeah, Star Wars The Old Republic, I've heard a lot of good stuff about. I haven't played it, but I've watched content about it. I've heard a lot of good things about it. I don't know if it's as good as WoW. I like Star Wars, but I'm not like a Star Wars fiend, you know? I'm not exactly like a hyper Star Wars fiend, but I like Star Wars. I recently watched Andor. I've almost finished it. I've got one episode left till I finished Andor. It's pretty good. I wouldn't say it's as good as it was talked up to be, but it's pretty good. Andor's slow as fuck. Well, it's pretty much like the pacing and tone and style of Breaking Bad, for all intents and purposes, in the universe of Star Wars. One thing I liked about the show that did keep me hooked was just kind of seeing a level of society and technology in Star Wars you don't usually get to see. Like, you see a lot of just random towns that are, like, relatively, like, middle class within the Star Wars universe, like, normal life-living towns in Andor, which is pretty cool. I like that one planet where he's on, like, the beach resort. That was pretty cool. I mean, it's a canned Disney show. It's hyped by being better than the trash that's Kenobi and Boba Fett. Yeah, you know, got that there. I haven't seen Kenobi yet. I feel like a lot of people liked Kenobi, so I don't know how many people are giving it more shit than it's, like, deserves. Because the internet is overly... The internet has a tendency to over... Hold on. Oh! Oh, bless me, I had to sneeze. The internet has a tendency to overhype things and, like, overstate things that it really, really likes. Like, really just overstate how good it is. But on the other hand, things that it doesn't like, even if it's just kinda underwhelming, you know, it just falls slightly below expectations, the internet will literally turn it into the devil, okay? Like, it doesn't matter if a show or a movie or a game or something doesn't end up being as good as people wanted. It is the worst ever. Yeah, like, I don't even know how many, like, what the response to Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is, like, in proportion to the movie. Like, for all I know, the movie's okay, and the response is, like, way overstated, but we'll see. I do like James Gunn. Has the new Shark video about FD Signifier dropped yet? Oh, we gotta watch that if it does come out while I'm live. I wanted to see that. Now my nose is all stuffy from sneezing. Fantastic. God, I remember all the hate Kenobi got back when I watched Chums Like the Quartering back before I started watching Yuzan. Oh wow, you recently started watching me. That's surprising. Well, I'm glad you got out of that, Logan Menchaca? Cool name. I'm glad you got out of it. Thank you for supporting my content. Astatine, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 or possibly $12, but you know, you can let me know in chat how many, or I guess it would be more. I don't know how much 3-month tier 2 is, but correct me if I'm wrong. That should be $10. Thank you, Astatine. Says iDubbbz dropped the official apology video. We'll be getting to that in a minute. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. It was 24. Oh. Okay, thank you. I'll add an extra 14. Thank you very, very much. That is very kind of you, Astatine. Hot damn. Even more generous than I thought. Dr. Jaggy. Oh yeah, I already read this one. My bad. No Chump Change. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $10. A lot of you guys are donating $10 right now. It's weird, but I won't say no to it. I won't be upset about it. It's just kind of, I don't know why all of them are 10 specifically, but you know, it is what it is. Thank you for the support, guys. I'm sure that Beelzebub and TSW the Shadow Wolf really appreciate it too. It says Twitter blue? Nah, get the better blue. Xanderhall blue. True! Xanderhall blue is so much better than Twitter blue. Thank you very, very much. Alright, let me update the dono goal really fast. Yay, my sinuses are finally clearing up. You know, come to think of it, it might have something to do with the fact that there's, like, a lot of pollen in the air. Like, all the trees in the city are blooming, and just, like, it looks like there's snow on the sidewalk, but it's just white leaf, like, flower petals from all the trees blossoming in Seattle. It's crazy. I've streamed earlier than this, Vibelet, but I'm glad that you're here. I almost said I'm here that you're glad. Alright. Thank you for the support, everybody. And with all that said, I think it's time for us to get into the first segment of the stream. Yeah, cherry trees are really nice in Seattle around this time of year, Moose Watcher 123. Alright. Yeah, the trees are orgasming everywhere. They're just coming. There's tree cum in my nose! I hope my neighbors heard that. That's what I'm gonna scream whenever I have, like, pollen allergies. There's tree cum! There's tree cum everywhere! The plants are coming! We're getting bukkakied by plants. It's gone airborne! We're inhaling plant cum! Hey chat, is it gay to go outside and breathe? You're literally inhaling plant cum. Okay. Alright, we're gonna start the segment now. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. As you all know, because I've been talking about it fairly frequently lately, since it's been so, you know, culturally relevant, at least in regards to, like, EdgeTube and the commentary and drama community, Sam Hyde and his, obsession / like, one-sided vendetta, like, feud against iDubbbz has led to this, like, extremely parasocial perception online among much of, like, the EdgeTube consuming audience that iDubbbz used to be this king of edginess online. He was awesome, he made the best content, but then he got into a relationship with this girl, or possibly even worse in their mind, he did this on his own. He stopped being edgy, he stopped being cool and awesome, and he became, quote-unquote, insufferable. What they really mean by this is that he just doesn't really, like, kowtow to the far right with his humor being, like, very edgy and very offensive, but keeping it insincere and sort of disconnected enough that some people could consume it thinking that it's, you know, not a joke, but actually sincere. He wanted to avoid that, and he saw that a lot of people in his audience were taking his humor that way, and he didn't like that, and he grew and he changed as a person. A lot of the right does not like this, particularly you know, the EdgeTube crowd, even the people that aren't even on the right, that are, like, in EdgeTube, that are, you know, even more left-leaning in their political beliefs, but culturally, they lean more with, you know, the air of things online that's more right-leaning right now. Anyway, apparently, just 25 minutes ago, iDubbbz uploaded a video, and he did a response to all of this drama and all of this, like, discourse. He stayed silent on it for a long time. I'm surprised he did this response, but, yeah. It's called I Miss the Old iDubbbz. I'm not gonna, like, talk it up. I'm not going to lead in. I haven't seen this yet. It's 25 minutes old. I just found out this exists. Let's see what he has to say.
For a while, I felt like if I changed my content over time, that people would see that as a reflection of who I am and what I value. But I'm starting to realize that that is a very weak and passive way to, you know, run my channel and live my life. So I think it's, you know, if I'm going to have the balls to go to Tana's fan meetup and say slurs at her and then make a video about how it's okay to say slurs, I think I should have the balls to make an apology video and take accountability for the mistakes I've made. So that's
Interesting.
what this video is. I've realized that I need
So this immediately will make it a lot easier to call out the like blatant dishonesty and people who claim their reason for disliking iDubbbz isn't political.
to be crystal clear about what I believe, so there's no room for ambiguity. I am responsible for creating a lot of hurtful and damaging content on this channel, and I've also
Oh boy. Oh boy, EdgeTube is gonna have a field day with this. I can actually like see already the tweets from like the drama YouTubers and the commentary YouTubers. I can close my eyes and I'm having a prophetic vision. I can see them. They will absolutely dunk on him for being this sincere in a video.
created a culture of apathy and I don't know, a lot of like cruelty as well. Like, you know, some of the videos I've made have been very not edgy. I don't think they you know, some of these videos were edgy. I think they were just outright cruel. So I don't want people to, you know, get it confused about, you know, where I stand. I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and
Remember, one of the biggest criticisms from people that claim their reason for disliking iDubbbz now is not political is them saying that iDubbbz built his career on making toxic content that he now, you know, criticizes others for making, despite not properly disavowing his old toxic content. Well, now he's doing that, outright and center. So what's the excuse going to be now? I'm curious.
need to acknowledge that, and I'm really sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it. The content I'm talking about specifically are content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons and, you know, obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on, and I'm not. I'm a human, I'm a real human who makes mistakes, and, you know, I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on, but it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave, and it's not.
He's just speaking facts here, but he's going to get a lot of shit for it. Like, one of the big problems... Alright, I feel like I need to commentate on this, and I feel like I might get clipped in this, because I'm, you know, talking about something so relevant to this sphere. But here's my position on, like, the political leanings of EdgeTube, the commentary community, and the drama community. I do not believe that EdgeTube, the drama community, or the commentary community are inherently conservative, right-wing, far-right, fascist, whatever you want to call it. I don't believe that they are inherently like this, and I don't believe that most of them are like that at all. What I think the phenomenon that occurs that makes it so that there's oftentimes when discourse happens online, you've got Nazis in the far right and EdgeTubers and drama-type people on one side and, like, lefties on the other. I think a reason why you see that dichotomy so often is because there is one main thing that that every EdgeTuber, pretty much, almost every commentary and drama YouTuber, and most of the far right, at least when it comes to the far right publicly, they'll say they agree on. And that is political disaffectedness and insincerity. The idea that being sincere and desperately caring about making the world a better place, particularly through political means, makes you kind of a, it makes you something that I can't say on stream, alright? But there are a lot of different, derisive terms that usually, like, start with care or, like, sincere or something like that and end with an already established slur. Usually one for gay people. The far right, for a very long time, has derided those that dedicate themselves to caring too much about making the world a better place. And in that same way, much of EdgeTube, much of the commentary community, and much of the drama community has this very South Park-esque, if you care so much about making the world a better place that you do something I perceive as cringe, then you're just as bad as... You're just worth making fun of and not taking seriously. And some would even treat people on the left with, like, sort of a aggressive response to that disagreement. But it goes even further than that. The left is in favor of not censorship, but deplatforming and TOS. Now, to be fair, everybody's in favor of TOS. It's just a matter of where you're willing to draw that arbitrary line. Most of these, like, edge-tubers and whatnot, who say they don't like TOS and they don't like, deplatforming and they don't like there being rules against saying certain things because they're anti-censorship and they're free speech absolutists. Obviously, when it comes to pedophiles online that are advocating for, like, pedophile rights, quote-unquote, they will completely agree with me that that's somebody who deserves to be deplatformed and shut down from having access to public platforms. Because that's where they draw the line. And there may be a few other areas where they draw the line. Maybe they draw the line a little bit further, maybe a little further back. You never know. But everybody has a line where they think that a certain type of behavior should be banned from existing on a public platform. The problem is, much of EdgeTube relies on the ability to say things that are very politically incendiary for shock value, because that's where a lot of the humor comes from. If saying those things becomes restricted or bannable because you've got a bunch of neo-Nazis who are saying that but for real, and YouTube wants to crack down on that, then that affects them as well. And so in their view, they see the left advocating for platforms cracking down on Nazis and the far right as something that is going to result in strays hitting them. Which is why in so much of this cultural sort of, narrative, the drama community, commentary YouTubers, edgelord, like EdgeTube types, and the far right all tend to be on one side, and most people on the left tend to be on the other when these things crop up. That's my genuine analysis of these things. I don't think most of these YouTubers in the drama, commentary, or EdgeTube sphere are bad people. I don't think they're far right or anything. I think it's just there are top priorities they have that align with the right, but don't align with the left. And that's a big problem. Because sadly, there's a lot of people online who aren't Nazis that want to be able to say the N-word. And if the left says you're not allowed to say the N-word, then they're going to side with the right. But then again, a lot of people would say, well, if you're going to side with the right because you can't say the N-word, that's going to make you, then you're a Nazi, right? And I'd say, well, you got a point, you know? But at the same time, it's a very weird dichotomy, right?
It's super irresponsible and shitty. I am very insecure about my ability to create...
Yeah, to put it more simply, the left asks, or the left demands... The left doesn't ask. The left demands that you care a lot. The right, like, goads you and suggests that you care about certain things, kind of, but in a way that feels more fun. Because the thing is, at the end of the day, the right's not fighting real issues, right? Like, for example, when something happens that the right wants to turn into propaganda, they don't actually feel a strong, like, emotional connection to it. They don't inter-community police each other, for example. Like, when that one trans guy shot up that Catholic school, like, if a gay nightclub got shot up by someone on the far right, which happens often, you're not going to see lefties making jokes and memes about it. Because... like, or like engaging in discourse about it in a jokey, unserious way. But the right, even though they will simultaneously weaponize the tragedy, in private or even publicly in certain areas, they'll joke about it. Did you see them sharing around the videos of the body cam of the officer, like, taking down the shooter? And the officers like walking past the dead bodies of children and shit, and they're like watching the video cheering, because it's not like they don't see it as a tragic video of like something having to happen. They see it as like, yeah, take down that word I can't say. Like, they are genuinely, a lot of these people are genuinely like just, they don't actually care about this stuff. They like, no right-winger's gonna say, hey, don't talk about this horrible tragedy in such a joking way to another right-winger who does that. But among the left, in a sort of parallel situation, there will be. The right doesn't actually care about these things, so they have free reign to engage in their rhetoric however they like. Like, whether it be like coming off as like concern trolling, whether it be like just disaffected joking and hyper like disregard of the tragedy, weaponizing it, and anything like that. They don't care. They only care about winning. That is their top priority. The left, broadly, actually cares about making the world a better place and maximizing human happiness, which means there's going to be inter-community policing.
Interesting content or like entertain. It's gotten better over the years, but it's something that I have struggled with constantly. And it's one of the reasons why I, kept making this hurtful content. I ended up pivoting it into other things because I felt bad about it, like innately. But it's still something that I struggle with, and I don't want you to interpret that as an excuse, but I hope that that is relatable to other creators who maybe struggle with the same thing. I'm not confident in my ability to entertain, and I think if I had to rely on my personality to entertain people, that I wouldn't have any amount of success, and that is really hard to come to terms with.
I think this is true of a lot of people, and it's unfortunate, but in order to be the type of holy shit, this is hard self-crit, holy hell, well, it is definitely some hard-hitting self-criticism, but I think that's kind of necessary if you're trying to humanize yourself to an audience of people that have been told that you are basically not worth considering as human anymore. Just kind of based on the way that iDubbbz gets talked about and treated online, it kind of seems like that's the way people think of him. But he does have a little bit of a point, I guess. So I want to give some commentary about content creation, okay? When you make content, there are different types of content that you can make, all right? For example, iDubbbz nowadays focuses on making mostly documentary type content. This is like where he is sort of just acting as a conveyor of information and experience to you as the audience. The content's not really about him. If anything, it's about the thing or person he's doing a documentary about, right? Like the Ice Cream Man documentary or the Sam Hyde documentary. Those videos aren't about him. They're about the subject of the video that the documentary's about. Back in the day, when he made content, the videos weren't about him. They were about him doing and saying the most shocking thing he could possibly think of, pushing the bar and the limits of what was thought to be acceptable, even in the online space, with every single new video, escalating it and escalating it. I mean, obviously, one of the best examples of this was the Cake series, right? Filthy Frank, iDubbbz, and Max Mofo. I believe Anything for Views might have joined too. I don't remember. Oh, and I think How To Basic was there as well for one of them. They made cakes. The first cake was vomit cake. So what they did, buckle in, guys. So what they did was they took Max Mofo, they got him down on his knees, and they had him look up at them, just looking up, what he sees kind of view, And they put a funnel in his mouth, and they took sugar, flour, eggs, milk. I'm trying to remember what else, like some vanilla extract, all the stuff you need to make cake batter. And they shoved it down his gullet. Some water. And then they gagged him. They set off his gag reflex. so that he would vomit out the mixed ingredients, kind of using his stomach as a mixer. And then they baked the cake. And then they ate it in a video. That was the first one, okay? One of my favorite videos from back when I was in middle school, I think. No, maybe, yeah. End of middle school, early high school. And then there was the sequel, okay? The sequel's even worse. Are you ready for the even worse sequel? They dialed it up even further. I'm losing viewers, I love that. They dialed it up even further. They did hair cake, where they shaved iDubbbz's head and put all the hair into the cake batter, mixed it in, and made a hair cake, and then ate it, and continued to vomit profusely all over the table where they were eating it. These videos are all obviously very restricted by YouTube. And then there's the final video, People Cake, where they harvested, like, PewDiePie's ass hair, or ball hair or something, JonTron's toenails, some, like, snot from another YouTuber, just a bunch of horrible bodily fluids, mixed that into a cake, and then ate that. You guys don't understand if you weren't there to witness this era of YouTube. These videos had millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of views. Okay? Yeah, Vsauce Michael's spit was one of the ingredients. You do not even know if you weren't around. I can tell how many of you in chat have no idea what that era of the internet was like by your reactions to what I'm describing right now. Because you should already know about this if you have a whole, like, understanding of, like, why so many of, like, my group of like, Zoomer generation were radicalized to the right in, like, the 2014 to 2016 Gamergate era. It's because outside of political content, that was what was most popular in that generation. I was there, I just specifically avoided those videos, Lamau. That might have been smart for you. I watched those videos with my grandma. Me and my grandma would binge watch those videos. I showed her Filthy Frank, she loved those videos. She was awesome.
I was being very bigoted in a lot of my videos, and I justified it because, you know, I didn't think it was too serious. And I thought that people were going to see that I had good intentions, you know, but that's so silly, you know. Casual racism is still racism. Casual bigotry is still bigotry. And, you know, I said a lot of things that I look back at and I cringe now, and I'm like, that is an awful thing to say. It doesn't matter.
Hold on, Cherry. I feel like it would be a really funny bit if during the entirety of what I described there, every word that makes that entire, like, explanation gross, if you just censored it. So, like, I feel like it would be even funnier if when the video goes up for that segment, when I'm describing what happens in the videos, it just censors out, like, all the words that make it a gross description. I feel just constant censoring. I feel like it would imply that what I said was way grosser than whatever, like, what actually was said and won't gross people out. I feel like it'll add a lot of, yeah, like the SpongeBob dolphin noise, yeah.
What my intentions are. Like, if I'm hurting people, I'm hurting people. And, you know, who the fuck knows what my intentions are? Like, sarcasm and, like, jokiness and jokey tone only goes so far, especially over the internet. Even in real life, that's, like, an impossible thing to know with 100% certainty. I've just always had this dumb philosophy that I'm not responsible for, you know, my audience and how they behave beyond what...
They're going to get mad at him about this. Another common agreement. So, the far right necessarily needs to separate themselves, like far-right public figures that use their platforms to basically spread the hate that is intended to result in violence, are doing something called stochastic terrorism. This is basically when you spread rhetoric that can only realistically lead to violence, And in some cases, they outright call for violence, to be fair, but in sort of a vague way. And violence happens, and it can even be like attributed to that person. In many cases, it is, like the Christchurch shooter. But necessarily, the right or the larger public figures in the right need to separate themselves from these like terrorists. They have to make it seem like these terrorists are just lone wolves, despite the fact that far-right terrorism dwarfs left-wing terrorism by a fuck ton, and the vast majority of left-wing terrorism that does happen is destruction of property, not destruction of people. That said, though, that aside, the right necessarily needs to separate the behavior of their audience from them in order to avoid responsibility for the violent criminal actions that typically far-right people fantasize about engaging in, right? Edge tubers, commentary YouTubers, and drama YouTubers need to separate themselves from their audience in regards to their impact on what their audience does, because if they cover some drama and the YouTuber they cover ends up having, you know, that drama YouTuber's audience go and harass them, and it's agreed upon by a lot of people to be a bad thing, they want to have the constantly running excuse of, well, I can't control my audience. Or if someone in their audience does something really fucked up, emulating them, they want to be able to say, I can't control my audience. And that is exactly what iDubbbz is doing. It's also a similarity that sort of EdgeTube crowd has with the right, and another reason why they tend to agree on some of the most core issues that matter in online discourse. Not in the real world, but in online discourse, these issues are the ones that matter most.
Content I put out, and that's stupid, and it's led to a lot of hate and a lot of bad outcomes. And I just want to make it clear that I am absolutely responsible for my audience. And you know, I guess if you want to, you know, look out for people who are red flags, it's definitely people who had my mentality that say, I'm not responsible for what my audience does. I know that this apology isn't enough. I've clearly done a lot of damage. You know, these videos have been up for a long time and have accumulated millions of views. I shouldn't be able to just make an apology video and walk away from it. This is something that I should live the rest of my life with, and I expect to. I've profited off of this bigoted content for years, and I've made a successful...
He's gonna get so much shit for this, but I do think it's still a good thing in the end that he made this video. Because, like, there are still certainly iDubbbz fans that stuck around that are EdgeTube, like, adjacent and definitely consume EdgeTube content, but still stick around to watch iDubbbz because they still enjoy his stuff. And I feel like introducing a bit of sincerity that is very lacking on that side of YouTube into to an audience like that maybe doesn't see it very often because it's kind of demonized in that part of the internet, because showing sincerity is seen as showing weakness. I think it could help to potentially move people.
Full career out of it, and that's not right. I think that this is only a step in the right direction, and I know that a lot more needs to be done to even approach a life that I would think would be like acceptable. I am running ads on this video, and any revenue generated from this video I'm going to match and donate to an organization that, you know, would have been particularly affected by the type of rhetoric that I've been spewing on this channel. And again, this isn't the end of what I'm doing. This is just the start. I don't feel like a lot of this content represents me as a person, at least not anymore. There was a time where it probably perfectly represented me because I was a nasty, apathetic, insecure person. Now that I don't feel like it represents me and I want to distance myself from it and keep it from, you know, indoctrinating more people, I'd like to unlist the videos so that people, you know, can access them still for whatever, you know, purposes they might want to do that for, but it's not being proliferated on the website. I feel like that's...
For those that don't know, when a video's unlisted, there's no way for it to, like, appear in your recommended or to find it by searching it. Like, you have to have... It has to either be on a playlist that's public. In that case, you can see unlisted stuff, or you have to have a direct link to it. So the links will still be like available. You'll still be able to find the video and pull like the content from there, but as far as them being an outlet for gaining views, subs, likes, monetary gain, or anything like that, that will now be literally impossible unless like a bunch of iDub superfans decide to like click the link every day, watch the video, and keep on like funneling ad revenue to it. But he might even turn off the ads on him.
That's the best solution, at least for the time being. And for anyone who liked those videos, I want this video to be an example and a lesson for you. You can like content, but you can also think that it's irresponsible and it's hurting other people. So
this level of sincerity will bounce off of the head of most people in like the EdgeTube and commentary sphere, I feel. I think that appealing to sincerity and sympathy, or empathy, is very, very hard to do when a lot of the internet considers showing compassion as weakness.
Just tap into that part of your brain that's saying like, oh, okay, it's probably not that important that this video stays online, because truthfully, I've seen it, I've experienced the content, but it's done a lot of damage. We can just let it go. I'm sorry to everyone that I made content cop videos on. I still don't like the majority of you, and that's fine, but I can recognize that you did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way.
To be fair, honestly, his content cop videos I think were pretty good, but they did contribute a lot to like the state of turning YouTube into the kind of place centered around callouts and dunks. YouTube used to be a pretty friendly community when I was like growing up watching it. There was the occasional drama, but it was dealt with quickly and people just didn't care about it. Like it just wasn't as big drama online. Like obviously used to be friendly. No, I think that the YouTube community among creators used to be a lot more friendly. Like, before the blow-up of Keemstar and Drama Alert, which was parallel to the blow-up of, like, iDubbbz, the drama community, the EdgeTube sphere, Gamergate started around that time, I feel like there was a very distinct difference in the level of prevalent toxicity in the, like, general sphere of content creators. I feel like content creators were more inclined to be friendly with each other, and try to hash out disagreements, privately, ideally, and I feel like there was less political shit going on. A large part of this is that it used to be, unless you were making distinctively political content, there was a rule that you just don't talk about politics or religion in your videos, particularly if you did like gaming videos, for example. If you give your takes on politics or religion, you divide your audience and you alienate some percentage of your audience, so it was seen as very taboo to even talk about politics, unless you made your career on politics. And so because of that, if you were going to talk politics, your content had to be politics, generally speaking. And I feel like there was just less politics content back then, and less politics means less drama, and just less toxicity and fighting.
Particularly want to apologize to Tana. Tana, I'm sorry. I should have never made that video. I harassed Tana in person.
That was a bit fucked up,
then
yeah.
harassed her online. And that's...
For those who don't know, basically what had happened was Tana Mongoose was kind of a cringy TikToker, but that's really the most she ever did. That was like genuinely bad as far as content creation goes. I believe at the time that this happened, she was like 21 years old, and iDubbbz, like a clip of iDubbbz saying the N-word and the F-slur, like came up in one of her streams. Not TikTok or any. TikTok didn't exist back then. It was the equivalent of TikTok back then, like Vine or whatever. She ended up seeing a clip of iDubbbz saying slurs, criticized him for it, saying it's bigoted, fair and all that. Very fair. No, Tana recorded a dead body like Logan did. That was after the content cop. That would have been brought up in the content cop. That I did not hear about, but that would have been after the content cop. But iDubbbz, in his response to Tana, most of his videos like defending the concept of saying those slurs, which he doesn't agree with anymore. But one of the core arguments he makes is that Tana, who was 21 at the time, when she was like 17 or something, in an old video, was saying the N-word with the soft A, and that sort of white girl who thinks she can do that kind of way. You can tell she probably dropped that. I would hope dropped that habit quickly. But it seemed like I don't think that then using that as justification to go to her in person and then scream the N-word at an event she's doing where most of the people in line going to see her are a bunch of like teenage girls and little girls and like kids. Like they're just all a bunch of like little girls going to see like this fucking like makeup drama story time YouTuber, and then iDubbbz goes and he yells out the N-word. It was funny at the time, as I remember it, but the more I think about it as I've gotten older, it's like, that was fucked up. I don't think I would be okay nowadays seeing somebody do that exact thing. I don't think that would fly with me now. Geez, iDubbbz? Yeah, this was back in like 2016, to be fair, and that's what he is criticizing now. When he says he made content that hurt people and was moving like his audience into believing really fucked up stuff, that's the content he's talking about. Tana was just as bad. Hopefully she matured. Was she just as bad as iDubbbz? I mean, it seems like she was definitely saying slurs, but I don't think that justifies what iDubbbz did, is my argument. It was funny at the time, but I think, like, with a more adult mindset, it aged poorly.
Deplorable behavior. It's so stupid. I'm also sorry to all the black viewers and minority groups who had to put up with that video and put up with, you know, the phrases. I said either it's all okay or none of it's okay. And that's just so dangerous and stupid. I have made content that I'm proud.
That was his take on slurs. Like, okay, either all slurs are okay to say or no slurs are okay to say. Ever. Like, if like black people can say the N-word with the soft A sometimes, then white people should be able to say it. And if that's okay, then all slurs should be okay. Very stupid, reductive 2016 YouTube era take that obviously he no longer agrees with now, and he disagrees with it today. Wasn't that Destiny's take? I don't think so.
Proud of over the years.
I'm pretty certain it's not. I mean, in private, I think that might be his position.
It hasn't been as consistent as maybe I'd like it to have been, but you know, there is a lot of content that I think had a net positive on the world, and you know, I'm going to strive to continue on that trend. But again, I'm absolutely going to continue to make mistakes, but I want the mistakes to be a lot smaller and a lot less serious. I also want to give some clarity to the post-fight speech that I gave. I mean, it wasn't a speech. It was a phrase. I was like,
you know, I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea, but I really do appreciate the support. And
dude, people gave iDubbbz shit for crying while he was doing like the thank you to the audience after the boxing match, but it's like, and I know that like obviously if you're a guy and you cry, you're gonna be seen as a bitch, but like I really want you to think about how emotional it's got to be like a guy who started making videos at his computer like a decade ago, maybe more, just doing like the most vile shit you can imagine. Like this guy put his body through the ringer for his old content. One of the most commonly running jokes back in the day in his comment sections were like, how is this guy going to like live to 40 at this rate, doing the things to himself that he does and doing the content that he does, right? There were a lot of jokes about how he wasn't going to live that long because of what he was doing. And now that he's stopped doing that kind of stuff, people are mad, which I do find funny. Regardless, though, I want you to imagine you start out making content like that. You grow, you get married, you're building your life up, and now you're standing in the middle of a massive stadium. And I think it was either Tampa or Orlando. I think it was Tampa, my neck of the woods in Florida. surrounded by like companies, like big like people and big like signs that are like big companies sponsoring your event, like big fucking crowd of people. Boxing event that you organized and put together. This is the second one. Big YouTubers and other big personalities are there. Like, it's an emotional moment, you know? Like, I'd have a hard time not tearing up with joy. Like, I will say, the first time I touched a titty, I actually, like, I had one of my eyes, like, start to water with, like, joy tears. I'm not kidding. I had to, like, suppress it, because I didn't want to have to explain that. But the first, like, when I lost my virginity and I got to, like, hold a titty for the first time, I just kind of, like, I remember just turning and looking out the window of the car and just looking out at, like, the trees and just almost having, like, a little bit of watering happening in my eye and, like, a twitch of, like, trying to suppress, like, a giant grin, like, just, like, that twitch smile. That, like, I feel like I would be overwhelmed with emotion in his place. It was in a car. Has it been too long since I told the story of how I lost my virginity?
Thank you for coming.
That was addressing the people over the years that I neglected and I left behind. The people whose feelings I, didn't take into consideration. Those are the people who I was addressing as, I know I'm not everyone's cup.
Just don't cry afterward, it's awkward. No, it was whenever she took off her shirt and I got to touch the titty for the first time. I just looked off, like, stoically into the horizon, like... Most beautiful moment of my life. It's like looking at the Grand Canyon for the first time.
Cup of tea. Anyone who thinks that I should be shouting the N-word from the rooftops, I don't want to be your cup of tea. Now I want to talk about events and situations that have happened over the past 5 years of my life that have led me to the place I'm at now. One year I was at a convention and a bunch of fans were, wanting pictures, and this particular fan came up to me and said, I know you probably don't like transgender people, but can I, get a picture? That smacked me in the face. I was like, oh, holy shit. Why would you think that? But I mean, it was fairly obvious. I was being cruel, hateful, bigoted, and being very uncaring about people's...
It's interesting because I've seen people in, like, the drama and EdgeTube sphere have similar interactions where, like, they'll have a trans fan and they'll be like in their replies like, hey, I'm trans. I hope that doesn't mean you like dislike me, like you hate this other trans content creator because whatever reason, right? And they'll be like, what do you mean? I'm not transphobic. I just hate these trans content creators that like most of the prominent trans content creators online for political reasons and political disagreements. And yeah, it's very reasonable to get that impression that, like, yeah, maybe, like, I feel that a lot of, like, left tubers get shit for presuming these content creators might be, like, a little bigoted towards certain marginalized groups. But people in their audience that are part of those marginalized groups feel the same way. They feel like maybe their favorite content creator, whatever content creator they're watching, doesn't like them very much. And I actually really like that iDubbbz is telling this story. I'm going to rewind it a bit so you can hear it in full.
Why would you think that? But I mean, it was fairly obvious. Came up to me and a bunch of fans were, wanting pictures. And this particular fan came up to me and said, I know you probably don't like transgender people, but can I, get a picture? That smacked me in the face. I was like, oh, holy shit. Why would you think that? But I mean, it was fairly obvious. I was being cruel, hateful, bigoted, and being very uncaring about people's feelings. That is a very fair assessment to make. I was giving this person bad vibes, and I think I've given a lot of people extremely bad vibes. Another event that was very important for me to experience,
I appreciate that, trans girl Laura,
was I went on a boxing podcast. I was basically, like, trying to walk back my Tana content cop. I was still very, like, insecure and uncomfortable with the fact that I made that video, and but I was still coping. You'll see me struggle in this clip to, say that it was wrong.
So I just wanted to let you talk on that, right? Because obviously using the N-word is definitely frowned upon by a lot of people, especially by a non-African American. But I was just curious.
That was a very weird video because I wanted to like criticize her for her like sort of flagrant use of it. I've been pretty flagrant about it too, not in the same way. I thought there was a message to be.
Oh yeah, there was that clip of her yelling the N-word with like a hard R, wasn't there? It was like years before, like when iDubbbz did all that, and it still doesn't justify what he did. But I just remembered, I remember there being the one clip where it looks like she's in a car, and she says the N-word with the soft A. But I'm now remembering where she screams angrily the N-word hard R as an insult. Yeah. Okay, I'm remembering that now. Okay, I remember why you guys said that she was worse than I remember. Okay, that just kind of, like, returned to me. My brain's still sort of, like, remembering what happened back then. My memory of the future is better than my memory of the past, okay? Give me a break.
To be shared there, and I don't think it was particularly... It was okay in criticizing her, but I think I probably wasn't the person to deliver the message, if that makes sense. There was a message that I was trying to put out there, and like, I'm not really the person to put out that message. I don't regret making the video. I think, you know, there's bits and pieces to take from it that I think are valuable, but, you know,
His
I probably
commentaries
would
is
make
still
it these
coping.
days. I'm very grateful to those guys and how they broached the subject because... You know, it didn't put me on the defensive. It just made me realize, like, I'm stupid. I'm stupid, and I really need to, like, acknowledge these things. Like, what am I doing? I'm still trying to make excuses for myself and, like, you know, why I made that video. It's like, it was a dumb idea. I harassed someone. I was saying slurs, and I was trying to justify it all. A very big thing that has sort of altered my view on all of this is just the amount of hate and harassment my wife Anissa has received over the years. She's had to deal with it from the beginning of our relationship, and I have done a horrible job at acknowledging her and her feelings for it. A lot of the time I just thought that was her problem, or that was you know, other people's problem. Like, it's not my problem that you're getting hate and harassment. And it's like, no,
I like how people online call iDubbbz like a simp, like a simpering cuck simp, who like is just this like dog on a leash for his woman. And meanwhile, he's like, yeah. So for the longest time, I used to think like, well, I mean, if they're giving you hate, I mean, we're not the same person. That's them giving you shit. You know, that's not related to me, right? Like I like how like separated from reality the vast majority of internet gossip tends to be about content creators like this. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at, like, when I read hate comments about myself, and it's just like, I'm reading fan fiction that's just really outside of reality, it makes it clear how much filling in the blanks that these people do.
Problem, or that was, you know, other people's problem. Like, it's not my problem that you're getting hate and harassment. And it's like, no, it absolutely is. You know, that's the culture that I cultivated, and I, you know, didn't do anything to change that. You know, over the years it's changed a little bit, but, you know, I don't think I've still fully acknowledged how responsible I am for the amount of harassment that Anissa has had to deal with. And this year, I decided to speak more candidly and be more open about who I am as a person, and to speak on my life a little bit more. And I did that on Anthony Padilla's podcast. These are the people that
Dude, this podcast, the clip here that you're about to see is very, very reasonable. The way that, like, EdgeTube, the commentary community, the right that's been weaponizing this drama, framed it is wild to me. The idea that this indicates that iDubbbz, like, hates his old fans and is like a hypocritical asshole now. Just watch this clip and see how warped your mindset has to be inherently to even assess the video in that way.
I'm attracting. These are the people that I'm entertaining. Like, I need to reevaluate things. They're relating and enjoying this content for a reason. And that's not maybe the same reason that I'm trying to make. I had a very Wild West mentality when it came to online behavior. Like, people are going to do what they want to do. People are going to say what they want to say. And I can pretty much do the same because it's the internet. But I think you have to be a lot more responsible. If you guys are at all interested in how I've arrived here, that video gives, you know, a good bit of context. And
I've thought about us, like, reacting to that for a while, but I don't think I want to, like, just tread over older drama-related stuff. I feel like when it's current and relevant to politics, because a lot of people have been getting, like, mad at me lately for drama content for some reason, even though it does really well and brings in a lot of new people. It's like, why are you getting mad at me for this if it's doing so well? Why are you mad? The reason why I cover drama content, the reason why I infiltrated the drama community, is that I feel that a lot of the internet discourse and drama that happens outside of the politics sphere has slightly political undertones and motivations in it, and I like to be able to, like, oversee it and call it out. Like, this drama is not overtly political. The average political pundit would not look at this and feel like they can derive a political position or a political evaluation that they can draw from it. But understanding the context of this and having a politically sort of framed mindset allows you to see how much people's political biases are impacting literally all of this discourse. And it's why I cover this kind of stuff, because there's very clearly political undertones to all of this.
Talks about some of my life a little bit. There is a clip from this interview that's been floating around the internet, and it's me calling my fans antisocial and basement dwellers, and I was like, I didn't like, you know, interacting with my fans. I just want to be clear, like, that was my realization. I think a lot of people are like, of course that happened, is because you were creating that culture and you were attracting those people. And it's like, yes, I know. I know now. I didn't know before. It was my realization upon, you know, meeting more and more fans that I was like, oh shit, you guys are struggling. It was easy for me to identify them struggling when they were outside of my body. But the antisocial basement dwelling incel that was inside here, I couldn't acknowledge that. I couldn't recognize that. So I needed the mirror to be held up to me. In closing, I want to say that I have always thought that I was an empathetic person, because I thought, well, I get angry, I get sad, of course I got empathy. Seems easy, right? Empathy? I definitely have that. There were moments where, like, a dog...
God, he is absolutely hitting the nail on the head here. How many guys have you heard me talk... How many guys? How many times have you guys heard me say, the right views empathy as a sin? And unfortunately, a lot of young, like, Gen Z teens literally haven't developed empathy yet. So what political group do you think they're going to be more prone to gravitate towards if they're looking to rebel online? They haven't developed empathy. They think it's gay. You know? The right sees empathy as basically sinful in their rhetoric. Yeah, I've got multiple people in chat saying they've got friends or family members that are literally exactly what I'm describing right now. A lot of people, particularly if you're like a teenager, you think you know what empathy is, but you don't actually know empathy until you felt it. And most people don't truly feel empathy until, like, their brain develops quite a bit further, like into their 20s. And it just kind of hits you one day. Like, can I tell you what happened when I developed empathy? I was watching Lord of the Rings, movie I'd seen a million times, and just all of a sudden, the thought hit me out of nowhere. How would it feel to be one of those Gondorian soldiers getting, like, bombarded with, like, decapitated heads from the Gondorian charge that happened, like, earlier? I never thought about it that way before watching the movie, like, at 22, 23 years old, like, on my 500th rewatch, and I was like, fuck, that would be really fucked up. And I start thinking about it, like, very in-depth from the perspective of those soldiers, and it just starts to overwhelm me with, like, a feeling of dread, and I have to, like, snap myself out of it. And I start doing that a lot more when I watch movies or hear a story about like a really bad situation someone is in, and that just really wasn't something that happened till I like hit 22 maybe, and yeah, it is pretty agreed upon in psychology that a lot of people, a lot of guys in particular, because male brain development it tends to be a bit slower than female brain development, don't really develop that level of empathy until early 20s.
Dog would die in a film and I'd cry. So it's like, of course I have empathy. But I never did. I think only in these past couple of years.
I see empathy as the ability to truly put yourself into somebody's shoes in regards to sort of a hypothetical in your mind. Like, you can imagine what something would be like in sort of a daydream-esque way, but you can't truly you can't imagine what emotions you would feel until you've like gotten to a certain age. Maybe it's life experience, maybe it's brain development. I truly don't know. But I feel like you just truly can't imagine what kind of emotions you'd feel in someone else's situation until you reach a certain age or level of development.
Have I gained the ability empathy, and I'm very ashamed to admit that. It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32 I've acquired empathy, but I have, and I've realized it because I just like can't help myself but like feel for other people's pain and suffering now. I'm still not perfect. I think that is my empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up, potentially, but it's at least there. And I just want you guys to know that you can unlock a...
Oh yeah, a lot older people still haven't learned empathy, and as I said, most right-wing pundits view the concept of that as a sin, practically. But yeah, I mean, my point still stands that, like, generally speaking, and especially because, the Zoomers are, way more progressive than previous generations, I think the idea of empathy being a valuable trait is something that gets more and more popular, like among young people, even before they develop it, right? Like, do you really think the like most young, like, white Zoomers aren't racist? And most of them think saying the N-word, like, in a racist way is bad, even though they can't necessarily empathize with what it would be like to be black and get called the N-word by a white racist, or even by, like, a white friend who thinks they're being funny, right? They can't truly empathize with it, but they understand that it's bad. But eventually, life experience, witnessing certain things, further brain development, etc., they might start to actually empathize with what that's actually like, but in terms of emotion, experience, the context of it, the lead up, the reasons behind it, etc. And I think that's a very different perspective. There's a difference between, like, knowing something's bad because you were taught and, like, you know it's bad just sort of intuitively in that way, and understanding why something is bad. And I think that's the big difference. Knowing something is bad is different from understanding why something is bad. Truly.
Ability, empathy, if you experience more life. It might take you getting hurt a little bit, but it's worth it. It is so worth it. So thank you for watching, everyone. I do want to create more regular content.
Not a bad video.
I don't want to just have the next 5 videos be apologies. So I have uploaded a squirrel video on my second channel. If you want to watch that.
Those videos are
I guess
good.
as one final thing, I just want to thank everyone who's given me the space and the compassion to grow as a person, because it's taken longer than it probably should have. I appreciate everyone, and I think most importantly, I appreciate my wife, Anissa. She has been insanely compassionate and helpful and patient in allowing me to grow over the years, and has legitimately encouraged me to be a better person, and not a better person in just like the iDubbbz becoming woke kind of way. She was the one who said that I should try this boxing thing. I would have never done that on my own because I was insecure and I was pathetic. I did this, and I am so glad I did. It's been amazing. So, Anissa, I love you. You're amazing. Right now you're streaming, but
Oh, people are gonna call him a simp and a cuck for that. Okay, let me tell you what the reaction of this video is gonna be. Almost all negative from the drama and commentary sphere. I am very curious to see. I am very, very curious to see what response is already coming out. You've even got Boogie jumping on the hate train. Y'all think the beating Jordy gave me was bad? Check out the beating iDubbbz is giving to his career. Watching this video, I feel so bad for this guy. He has lost all his self-confidence. He has lost all his self-respect. He is losing his audience. He is losing his career. I walked a similar path and I hated the results. I hope he gets better. Are you fucking serious, dude? Dude gets like 10, like a day, 2 days of being in the spotlight in a positive way. And now he's like jumping on board with the same people that were shitting on him literally a week ago. Who were shitting on him as the fight was happening. Look at this fool with his empathy. Yeah, Boogie's gonna walk that back and apologize, probably, because that's what Boogie does. Wavy Web Surf says, this is so painful. Nicholas Diorio, this is fucking hilarious. He's using all the buzzwords. Let's see what else we have. Boogie once again. In my humble opinion, I just miss the old @iDubbbz, not the negative stuff or the slurs, never liked that stuff. I miss him eating pickles in sewers. I miss him filming with friends. I miss him filming on trail cams. I want him to have fun again and share that fun with his audience. Dude's doing boxing events. Is that not like sharing fun with his audience? 32 is the wall for YouTubers. After they hit 32, it's all downhill. I'm just scrolling through my timeline, by the way. I'm not like, I didn't search anything like about this video. I just knew that if I go to my timeline, I will be inundated with the drama and like edge and commentary YouTubers that I follow, all posting their takes and freaking out over the video. So that was a Nicholas Diorio take. We've got Augie who says, iDubbbz has unlisted every content cop. Quote unquote casual bigotry is still bigotry. LMFAO. Shitting on Tipster for agreeing with the video. What else we got? Augie once again. Content Deputy just came out. That's about what I expected. Oh, here's Boblax's take. iDubbbz's new video kind of made me feel bad for the guy. Maybe he's manipulating me, but hearing about his self-esteem issues is just sad. Maybe his bad actions are him lashing out because of insecurity instead of being malicious. The bad actions is like not saying the N-word and growing as a person. I'll forgive him if he apologizes to Froggy. If he's truly just growing as a person 15 years too late, I expect him to realize his Froggy video was super unfair to Froggy and apologize, plus delete/unlist the video on him. Ah, yes, Froggy, who is making, like, misogynistic jokes about his wife. He needs to apologize to that guy. Until then, I'm still going to be anti-iDubbbz. Yep, about exactly the response you would expect. Remember, guys, that's the big thing that kind of draws together the right and EdgeTube. It's not political agreement necessarily, or like alignment on core values. It's the fact that both sides see sincerity as sort of cringe. Both sides see the idea of policing platforms and speech as cringe. And they have these opinions for different reasons, but they still hold the same opinions. And that's where the alignment comes in. And that's why it always feels like, as far as online internet culture, the left will always, at least for now, be fighting an uphill battle. How do you guys like that segment? Do you think I did well on that one? I feel like I did pretty well. I feel like I did very well at, like, getting all of my, like, all the feelings I've had about this put into words and gotten across well, you know? Good segment. I'm glad you guys think so. Hey, if you're 710 viewers, hot damn, thank you guys. Hey, if you're watching right now and you want to support the stream for completely free, it doesn't cost a penny, just a second of your time, consider hitting the like button. Seriously, every single thumbs up button that you do on my stream helps a lot. It really, really does, and I really appreciate it. That is a lot of people. I need to do more noon streams. I'm going to be going live at noon a lot more often. Oh, and remember, by the way, guys, I am going to be hopping on to my main character in WoW tonight and playing more WoW Classic Vanilla with my guild in the Discord tonight after stream. I'll probably take like half an hour to an hour to just chill out after stream, but then after that I'll be hopping in the Discord, booting up WoW, and we'll be playing more World of Warcraft. So if you haven't already joined the WoW Classic Guild and you want to, go to my Discord server. Links in the description of the stream. Go to my Discord server and go to the announcements section. Scroll up past today's stream announcement. The most recent message I made, besides my stream announcements, is the instructions on how you join the guild. Follow those instructions, and I hope to see you tonight. Yeah, I mean, clearly you guys like these earlier streams. Oh, I just burped. Felt good, though. Lingy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. The stream is going to blow up. You just shot past 400 likes. Hell yeah. Thank you, guys. We got 700 people. Let's see if we can get, like, I don't know, 500, 600 likes. I feel like that's reasonable. Thank you, guys. Every like counts. It really, really does. Thank you, Lingy. I really appreciate that. Didn't even say anything. I can't get it up. What a nice name. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. So, has been a fan for a long time on YouTube. Happy to see you in the Pacific Northwest. Can't have quails myself because I'm in apartment. I think you meant in an apartment. But they are super cute. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for the $5 and the unfortunate name, I guess. But thank you. Very kind of you. And I hope that one day you're able to raise quails of your own. It's just quail, actually, but you know. You got the spirit. All right. Let me get the the second topic of the day set up. That was an emergency topic that came up out of nowhere. We didn't have that one planned, so that's pretty cool. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, more Florida news. More anti-trans Florida legislation news. This bill that we're about to go over has been nicknamed by many trans people online as the Trans Extermination Bill. This is probably the most extreme bill that we've gotten, and I actually have an extra article I'm going to read after this one of a separate bill that was passed literally right afterwards on top of it. And I think it's important to consider these things as one overall sort of, bundled together thing. Anyway, DeSantis signs bill targeting drag shows, transgender kids, and the use of bathrooms and pronouns. Tallahassee, Florida. Let's go. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed bills Wednesday that ban gender-affirming care for minors, target drag shows, restrict discussion of personal pronouns in schools, and force people to use certain bathrooms. DeSantis has made anti-LGBTQ+ legislation a large part of his agenda as he prepares to seek the Republican presidential nomination. He signed the bills in front of a cheering crowd at the evangelical Cambridge Christian School in Tampa. A reminder, everybody, I want to remind you all, this idea that, like, the anti-trans legislation or the anti-trans rhetoric the Republicans push is broadly popular is just not represented in the polls. The Republicans, it is, like, unanimously agreed upon. The Republicans wasted millions trying to get people to vote for them on the basis of transphobia. The problem is, when it comes to, like, hating gay and trans people, even a lot of homophobes and transphobes don't consider that a single issue. There are unironically a fair amount of, like, casually transphobic Democrats that might watch like transphobic videos or watch like exclusively those anti-trans figures, but they vote Democrat. Because like being anti-trans or the Democrats being pro-trans, they're just not enough of a single issue voter on that issue for that to sway their vote, and the polls represent this very blatantly. So it's very obvious why he did this at an evangelical Christian school. It's because anywhere else, and honestly, there wasn't going to be that much enthusiasm for anti-trans bills. The ceremony had a campaign-like feel, with DeSantis tossing Sharpies to a crowd as opposed to when he privately signed measures on abortion and gun rights. He literally signed this bill to a jeering audience and then like threw Sharpies out to the crowd to like catch as like, I guess is like, oh, this is the one of the Sharpies that DeSantis used to sign the anti-LGBT bill. Whoa, look, my souvenir. It's kind of sad that we even have some of, It's kind of sad that we even have some of these discussions, DeSantis told the crowd, standing behind a lectern with a sign reading, "Let kids be kids." Hilarious. DeSantis presented a narrative that expert panels in the nation's major medical associations have said is false, such as the idea that children are routinely being mutilated. While he said he is protecting kids' rights, his opponents say he is denying the rights of parents with transgender kids. Quote-unquote, they have cloaked themselves in being the party of less government and parental rights, and what we're seeing now is the total opposite, said Democratic State Senator Chevron Jones, who is gay. Every parent has the right to raise their child in the way that they want to, as long as your child is not gay, trans, bisexual. That freedom for your parents, that's freedom from... I'm sorry, I can't speak right now. I need to take a sip of water. The downside of doing these things live. Every other parent has the right to raise their child the way that they want to, as long as your child is not gay, trans, or bisexual. That's freedom for some parents, but not for all parents. The gender care law also bans the use of state money for gender-affirming care and places new restrictions on adults seeking treatment. 3 Florida parents have asked a federal court to issue a temporary restraining order immediately blocking the new law's enforcement. Attorneys for the families, who have a pending challenge to the state boards of medicine and osteopathic medicine, will be in court on Friday to argue that their children should be able to receive medical care as the case continues. Basically, the idea is that if you're like a trans parent who is having a custody disagreement and one parent is anti-trans and one parent is pro-trans, the anti-trans parents are trying to use new passed legislation in Florida that is specifically designed to make it so anti-trans parents in that like situation have the power of, more power over what happens to the kid, because they're trying to basically squeeze the noose around the population of trans people as to who can and can't get a treatment. And I've got another article I'm going to read in a minute that makes this even scarier. Planned Parenthood immediately started canceling gender-affirming care appointments after the bill was signed as the organization assesses the law's implications. Transgender medical treatment for children and teenagers is increasingly under attack in many states, and it has lately been subject to restrictions or outright bans. But it has been available in the United States for more than a decade, and it is endorsed by major medical associations as appropriate care for people diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Their guidelines generally prevent surgery for minors, though. Treatment typically begins with an evaluation for the distress caused when gender identity doesn't match a person's assigned sex. With parental consent, persistent gender dysphoria can be treated with hormones, but typically not until the age of 16. The guidelines also say surgery should be reversed for people 18 and older. But DeSantis spoke to applause at this bill signing. We never did this through all of human history like this. What, 2 weeks ago? Now this is something? Now they're having third genders declare pronouns? We're not doing the pronoun Olympics in Florida, DeSantis said. So his quote about trans people is, we never did this through all of human history until 2 weeks ago. At the end of the day, one of the core lies the right is pushing with their rhetoric on trans people lately is the idea that transgenderism is a newfangled fad that is basically sucking in young people like a black hole, and it's just a social contagion. You can't redo the original surgery later. Yeah, obviously, DeSantis is trying to, like, advocate here for detransitioning trans people after the age of 18. Yeah. Jones said the governor's choice of venue displayed the unpopularity of his campaign platform. If he's so confident in his policies, don't go hiding behind signing the bills at a Christian school or place where you're more prone to get praise for your bigotry, Jones said. Do it out in the community. Republican Representative Randy Fine, who sponsored the ban on gender-affirming care for minors, invoked his religion to defend the state's actions. God does not make mistakes with our children, Fine said. Jones called Fine's take on the Bible disingenuous. For anyone to use scripture in the same breath as you are being discriminatory and hateful towards a community of people, it don't work like that, Jones said. You can't take a book that was built on love and turn it around and fit your narrative. I like the weaponization by progressives of the Bible, but, you know, that's bullshit. But also, you know, it's fine. I know what he's doing there, and I respect it. So, pretty fucked up, pretty horrific, but it gets scarier. It actually gets scarier, because that may be the end of that article, but there's more. There's more implications to this bill that's been passed. In signing this horrifying bill Wednesday, this will allow the state to take transgender minors away from their families if they're receiving gender-affirming care. This is already known. The new law will allow the state to take custody of a child if they have been subjected to or are threatened with being subjected to quote-unquote gender-affirming care, which includes puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy. All of this we already knew, but there is an additional fact here that is important. Let me see if I can find it right here. Here it is. Minors who have already begun transitioning will be allowed to continue to do so, but they are no longer allowed to receive care via telehealth, including for prescriptions. Their doctors have to tell them about the risks of gender-affirming care, and patients will have to sign an information consent form with the ACLU, which the ACLU has pointed out often contains misinformation. Doctors who violate any of these new rules could be charged with a felony. It goes deeper than this. Ron DeSantis has not only passed these bills, but put together a medical board, as he calls it, of a bunch of quack doctors that have put together a list of requirements of rules that the doctors have to follow for kids that are already getting gender-affirming care, because they've already been grandfathered in. And the kind of, like, warnings they have to give them are literally filled with lies. Things like, if you take hormone blockers, you'll be permanently castrated chemically. Things like that. Like, medical institutions, like, the world over have already confirmed the things that Ron DeSantis is requiring these doctors to say are false, and yet he is still pushing it. And here's the scariest part. You may be thinking, this is just Florida, you know? It's just a Florida thing, right? Like, oh, I'm not Floridian. I don't have anything to worry about. Do you by chance have a child? Maybe. That, you know, you're in a divorce situation. Like, you've got hold on, my nose is so itchy. Like, maybe you've got a child who is trans, and you've got a ex-partner who is anti-trans, and you're having some kind of custody battle, or have had a custody battle, and your anti-trans partner lives in Florida. The state of Florida, I shit you not, now has the power in some cases to take custody of the kid who's in another state than Florida if one of the guardians of said kid lives in Florida and disagrees with that kid getting gender-affirming care, because they can report it to the state as child abuse. So don't you think that this can't extend outside of Florida, because it can. It can. It can extend out of Florida. There are legal loopholes that these people can write up to find ways to drag trans kids who have left Florida right back. It takes time once you've moved states to get, like, official legal residence in that state, you know. Like, technically, I don't have my official legal residence here yet, because I'm renting here, like a sort of vacation rental. I have to, like, rent a proper, like, house or apartment or something, get bills, and then I can get, like, an ID for this state, you know? I'm still technically a California resident. It's that kind of stuff. There are loopholes that don't even think for a second there aren't more loopholes like this that Ron DeSantis and the Republicans in Florida and all these other red states will take advantage of. You are not safe even if you're in a blue state, because they will try to come for you even if you think you're safe from them. Now, I think it's safe to say that if you're in Florida and you're trans and you can't get out, then just saying move doesn't do enough for you. It doesn't. Saying just move doesn't do enough for you. Because a lot of you are going to be cut off from access to care. You're going to be criminalized. In some cases, for example, part of this bill also includes government facilities can now, if you see, for example, a trans person, or someone you suspect is a trans person, I guess, using, like, let's say you think you see a trans woman in the woman's bathroom in a state facility in Florida. So a school, a courthouse, anything like that. You can call the cops on them and say that you're uncomfortable with them being there. Cops will come. Right now, we don't know how the process would go as to how it would be determined, but if it turns out that person's trans, in the letter of the law, they can be criminally charged. It's in state-run facilities, schools, courthouses, etc. in the state of Florida. They are cracking down. Their end goal is and has always been total extermination. It hasn't started here, and it will not stop here. Someone in YouTube chat said just like how black slaves could be dragged back to the South even after seeking emancipation. Exactly. These people will find ways and legal loopholes to drag you right back into the hell that they're creating. It's terrifying. Here's what I recommend if you're stuck in Florida and you can't move. If you're trans and you're worried, there's nothing I can do about, like, getting hate crimed other than saying buy a gun. What I can say in regards to not having access to gender-affirming care, though, is if you genuinely believe that it's either having gender-affirming care or you're dying, like you are going to kill yourself or self-harm to the extent that your life is badly threatened if you don't get gender-affirming care, then I, by all means, endorse DIY HRT. If you can't get, like official, like a state approved gender-affirming care, and you truly believe it's either your life or the HRT or the gender-affirming care, seek DIY HRT. It's not hard to find. Like, I had a friend who needed that, like, resource, and I literally just, like, Googled DIY HRT and found a site, and then I sent it to some of my trans friends, and we're like, hey, is this site, like, trustworthy? Is this legit? And they're like, oh, yeah, I've heard of that place. It's legit. And I was like, all right, here you go. This place seems legit. And, yeah, it's not like bathtub shit. It's, like, made in actual labs and like, medical facilities. It's just shipped out cheaper. It's kind of like how people go to Mexico to buy their insulin for $13 a vial instead of, like, 100-something or 300-something. DIY HRT has saved the lives of far too many trans people for me to believe that it's a bad thing, okay? That's my position on it. And if you truly believe it will save your life, and you're sure that without it you're going to die, then I recommend seeking it out. And frankly, if you're looking for a place to seek it out, I would recommend checking out Demon Mama's channel. You can also go to trans-friendly discords, like my Discord, Demon Mama's Discord, probably Vosh's Discord, etc. And you can probably find trans people that will no doubt be able to recommend a sound source. I don't know, like, any of the best sources myself, but I'm sure you can find someone who will. Anyway, that's pretty much my take on things. If you're worried about getting hate crimed, buy a gun. And if you're worried about your life being literally at risk because you can't get access to treatment, then get access to treatment by any means necessary. All right. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like I talked about a very, serious topic in a pretty as lighthearted and uplifting of a way as I could. I feel like I had a sort of like uplifting silver lining bit at the end. I'm going to call you a homophobic slur. Why, Cherry? What'd I do? What'd I do wrong? I am the goat. JK, good segment? Okay. That's what Cherry says whenever I accidentally forget to, like, bring something up in a segment that I was supposed to, because I have, like, I'll just forget. Cherry will be like, Zan, you forgot to say this important point. I'm gonna call you a homophobic slur. I'm gonna call you the T slur. I'm gonna call you the F slur, Zan. I could do it. I'm allowed. Just my DMs just filling up with that. I'm not even kidding. Interesting development in the iDub situation. What's this shit? Oh shit, Colossal is crazy. Tweeted. Oh, fuck. Be the first guest in our podcast. We are the same age and we made the same content. It'll be an interesting conversation. I will be harsh but fair. Your channel, my channel, our podcast. I don't really care. Let me know. Interesting. I hope he goes for it. I like Colossal's crazy, and he seems like he's a fair and reasonable person, but he is a bit more on the edgy side. But also, seeing him absolutely just demolish Keemstar is amazing. Let me see if I can find a clip of it. Colossal is crazy, and Keemstar used to have a podcast together. And many episodes ended up going exactly like this.
Andy, I'm sorry, but you're literally asking me not to be me. Okay?
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
because
that's
if you
kinda
weren't you,
strange.
you might be better.
All right. Well, if I wasn't me, then I don't think anyone would watch this fucking podcast.
Andy
No,
Milonakis?
With Keemstar, you kind of have to embrace what he is.
He's not asking.
You kind of have to embrace what Keemstar is.
Sorry, you finish.
And if I hadn't, then I wouldn't be a guest on this podcast today. What Keemstar is, and I think what the majority of the public know by now, is he is a chronic fucking narcissist, very much in love with himself. He is a complete cunt. Like, there is no denying it. He's done some cuntish things. And he has this tendency to be a little bit manipulative. And that's what I will say for
That
Keemstar.
is not. You could search if they were single. You could search like their religion. You could search hair types. Like you could search all this crazy stuff on MySpace. So I would literally type in this search and just bang, 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 spam them with messages, and I would get like 20 responses back a day, and some of them.
And $200 later.
What? That doesn't make sense. What are you saying?
Well, I think it's quite clear what I'm saying.
I don't get the point of the joke.
I think he went the prostitute angle.
I'm not a prostitute. What? I wasn't a prostitute. I wasn't getting prostitutes. What are you saying?
Well, I mean, obviously you weren't a prostitute. I don't think you'd be worth anything as a prostitute, Keemstar. No offense. But if it makes you feel better.
The amount of passive-aggressive dunks and even outright, like, just destroy, like, roasts he did of Keemstar, they're just legendary. I will, like, some of them literally live rent-free in my head. What is this lame fake accent, though? I don't think the accent's fake. It's probably hammed up, though. It's his real accent. According to Njord, it's his real accent. Beta Leafy, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very based and pog of you. Thank you, thank you. Says, part 2, he only has... Oh, yeah, it's a two-parter. Thank you for the other $5. I'll read it in order. Thank you for the $10 in total of donations, Beta Leafy. Said, my friend said the moon landing is fake. I am so disappointed because I've been learning shit like computer and rocket science, and he said I can't speak on it because I only have a high school diploma. Jesus Christ. Well, it's time to drop that friend. Thank you for the $5, though. And part 2, he only has a high school diploma. Oh, so just throwing glass from a glass house, I see. Ah, interesting. Well, thank you for the 79, or I guess total to the chat, $79, but thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. And then Flower Weaver, thank you for the €5 donation. That was an hour ago through Streamlabs, but I appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal to a total of 79. Thank you, guys. It's very supportive. I am out of water, though. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break really fast and grab myself a water, and we're going to move on to the next segment. But be patient while I am gone. I love you all very much. Be good. Ah, so many people here. God damn. You guys are amazing. Seriously, even if you don't hit the like button or donate or anything like that on the stream, I really do appreciate every single one of you who's just chilling out watching. Even if you're just lurking and you don't say anything. Seeing so many people here right now really is, I don't know, it just makes me feel nice. I am grateful for that 678 people watching me right now. My cats want me to go to bed badly. It's annoying. Oh my god, my cat used to do that too. Luna would absolutely do that shit. Luna enforced bedtime, okay? When she was tired, she would come up to me and start pawing at my leg and at me. And she didn't want food. She didn't want, like, pets or attention, or she didn't have anything wrong with her or anything like that. Every time I'd give, like, you know, look at her, she'd get me to, like, follow her. Like, you know how your cat, like, you know when your cat wants you to follow it? You just kind of know. I don't even know how you know. You just know. Right, chat? You just know, right? When your cat wants you to follow it. So I follow him with the cat. Always goes to the bedroom. Always goes to the bed. She would lay down, and then it was just like, bedtime. The cat just insisted it's time to go to bed. Yeah, they turn around, and they look at you, and they do the little tail, like looking at you. Like, follow me. Yeah. Baron's chat made it to YouTube. Xander Hall, how did you survive in Florida for 18 years? I can't fucking handle the heat. Holy shit. It's 74 degrees out today. I guess you live far away, so it's, like, different. But still, like, well, the temperature just went up when I clicked on it. Never mind. It was out of date. It hadn't updated. Never mind. It is not 74 degrees today. I feel pretty chill right now. I don't feel particularly warm. 74, 20 is warm though? No, we're talking Fahrenheit here. It's 90 here in Florida. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm surprised it's not hotter. Florida usually settles around like 92 degrees on like a hot day, but then you get those like 98 degree days that are awful, but you rarely get 100-degree days in Florida. The thing is, most days, 92 degrees or 98 degrees, feel like they're in the hundreds, but in a different way. It's so muggy and humid in Florida that those hot days, it's like you step out your door, it doesn't even matter if you're in the shade. That heat hits you, and it is just musty, like, you just feel muggy, musty, disgusting heat. Just, like, going all in your clothes and in your hair, and it fizzles you up and makes your skin, like, immediately oily and greasy and sweaty. It's awful. Then in California, at least the part of it I was in, you got that dry heat where you walk out your front door, and yes, like, it is like 110 degrees out, literally. Like, I've shown you it being 112 degrees out in California on my computer's, like, thermometer. You'll open the door on a 112 degree day in Palm Springs, and it's like, I can withstand this for 5 to 10 minutes before I'm gonna need to, like, go in because I'm feeling uncomfortable, you know? I can walk and get my mail and come back in, and I will not really be sweaty. But in Florida, I would be sweaty. I could take out my trash and get back inside without breaking a sweat. In Florida, I'd be dripping with sweat and my shirt would be stuck to me. Here, it's very humid, but it's not very hot. Like, it just doesn't get anywhere near as hot as Florida does. It's like the hottest day I've had here is like a nice day in a Florida summer. Like a really nice day in a Florida summer. Dry heat is best. I can handle even Arizona. Dry heat is ideal, of course. But, oh my god, chat. As you all know, I've only seen snow a few times in my life. One of those times on video. Actually, let me see if I can find the videos from when I saw snow. The last time I saw snow was a few months ago. I covered... would have been... here. Check this video out, guys. This is on my road trip from California to Seattle. This was on the road trip. This was my last time seeing snow up on Mount Shasta. This is quite a bit of snow, though, to be fair. Didn't have a lot of time, though, to stay and hang out in it, though.
Buddy, welcome back to another Xanderhall video. I look a little different, and I am in a bit of a different place, as you can see. A little bit of winter wonderland around me right now. We're in Shasta right now, just below Mount Shasta. It's pretty beautiful here. It's very snowy. This is the first time I've seen this much snow since I was 14 years old. So, as you can imagine, as a Florida boy and then a SoCal boy, this is pretty exciting to me. Look at this thing. Look at this. Watch this. I bet there's a rock in there. I'm gonna break my toe.
I was wearing slippers.
Probably just ice, to be completely honest.
Look at that snow. Awesome. Anyway, I want to talk with you guys today about...
So yeah, this is the last time I saw snow. But now, I live where it will snow. I just have to wait for winter and it's gonna snow. You know, I'm just gonna, like, wake up one morning and it will have snowed. Am I gonna respond to Lance's video? Could you link it? Is it uploaded as a separate video or is it like a VOD? Cherry T21, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $25. It's very kind of you. I'm sure that Slept Like a Cat, Afo Gat 0, Hyper Hooper, A Multitude of Mangoes, and 7X all appreciate it very well. Or appreciate it all as well. Thank you. Thank you for the $25. Very based in Pog. Thank you, thank you. And then J Spoon, thank you for the $5 donation. Didn't even say anything. Thank you for the support. All right, we got a link. But why did it open there? All right. I got that looped, right? Perfect. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So, a little bit of background at the beginning of this video before I get into the more recent developments, okay? So, all the way back in 2019, early 2019, is when I started making lefty content. And one of the very first videos that I made in the sort of lefty sphere was a video where basically what I'd done is I interviewed some prominent female content creators in the lefty sphere, prominent in my relative view back then, and I asked them specifically what experiences they'd had in online gaming, whether it be Overwatch, World of Warcraft, etc, etc, etc. I asked them a variety of questions, and I wanted to see what commonalities there were, and I did a whole video that's still up now about women's experiences in online gaming and gaming culture. Which, you can imagine my take was exactly what you would assume it was. It was about the shit that women deal with. And one of the first larger channel, I believe, to share my content, knowingly and intentionally, and it was that particular video, if I recall correctly, was a channel by the name of the Surfs TV, headed by the person Lance. I don't know his last name. I don't really care to know his last name. I don't know if it's public, but, Lance. We'll call him Lance. Anyway, Lance is Canadian, which inclines me to believe that he is misguided, but a nice guy. I have to sneak in the Canadian dunks. I'm sorry. It's Canada, okay? Hold on. What was the, Hold on. There was a clip recently that was the truest thing I've ever heard Vosh say, and it was in regards to Canada. Yeah, here it is. This is literally the truest thing Vosh has ever said, and this is more or less my opinion on Canada, but I could go on for 20 more minutes.
Guys, I don't give a fuck how you degenerate Canadians pronounce it, okay? I'm America. Your legislators had to pass laws to force your media companies to produce local stuff because you were just watching our TV, reading our books, watching our movies. You have no independent culture. Everyone just thinks of you as politer Americans. Mexico has a distinct culture. You guys don't. You're still subject to the crown. Now it's a fucking king and he's a pedophile. You're not even a real country. 99% of your land is uninhabitable tundra. You get your asses beat by mooses. All right. That's why I don't pronounce your shit correctly. Also, you have Quebec.
So, Lance mentioned my comment I made about me disliking him for being Canadian while you went over his debate with Tim Pool. That is absurd. Okay, anyway, so basically, background out of the way. Let's get to the more recent stuff. So basically, a while back, I did a debate with a popular right-wing, even far-right, public figure who is also from Canada named Lauren Southern. Now, a lot of people think that I could have done quite a bit better in that debate. I think I did pretty well in the first half about trans issues because she conceded several points to me. But in the second half, I feel like she just kind of, did a war of attrition that made her look better in the end than me. I think I could have done better, but, you just kind of get better by practicing. It is what it is. However, after that happened, I think it was Lance was doing a charity stream, if I recall correctly, and somebody in his chat brought me up. I think, bringing up the idea of me coming into the charity stream as, a guest, because it was one of those charity streams where you bring in a bunch of people, other content creators, and you're like, hey, let's hang out for a little bit and talk, and you raise money and all that. And in response, he said, yeah, I don't really like Xander Hall, or something along those lines. And I ended up having that knowledge conveyed to me. I was like, why? Wait, what did I do? Why wouldn't he like me? I came to find out, and this is the most plausible understanding of why he decided he didn't like me anymore that I have. And I think it's got some merit, if I'm being honest, to a degree. I understand where he's coming from if this was his reason for saying that, and maybe having a bit of a bone to pick with me. Lance is Canadian. Lauren Southern is also Canadian. Lauren Southern, a lot of her political stuff had to do with America and, a lot of American political shit. But she also talked a lot about, Canadian politics, and a lot of Canadian lefties also hate her. So I think that Lance felt almost like a personal, drive to debate her and blow her the fuck out. And he felt that me getting to it first, and me doing not as well as he would have liked as well, I feel like that left a bad taste in his mouth and made him not like me. That's the only, like, good explanation that I have been given. And that was the reasoning that I was given back then as well from people, as being the most plausible reason. However, I will say it's ironic that shortly after he debated Lauren Southern, and then did a lot worse than me. He did quite a few more debates after that and did a lot worse than me. And listen, I don't fault anyone for doing poorly in debates, okay? Debating is a skill that nobody just inherently has and is good at, like, by default. It's one that you hone, right? Like, when you think of the most popular debate bro content creators online, they didn't just, like, pop out of their mom's womb like being a debate lord. They have a upbringing or a background of arguing with people and talking and expressing their ideas and getting practice doing it that set them up for where they are. You can even see in my older content compared to now, I am way better at explaining what I believe and defending my points than I was back in the day. And that's because this takes practice. And I am not going to fault Lance for making mistakes or having, like, you know, less ideal results when he's doing something that you can literally only get better at by doing. I'm not going to give him shit for that. Like, at least I'm not going to give him shit for it in the sense that I'm going to morally condemn him, right? Like, I'd never say he is bad because of that, right? Here's the thing, though. Recently, 2 bits of drama, I would say. One of them isn't really drama, it's more so human rights violation, and then some drama coincided with each other. Okay? Basically, a content creator with over 1 million subs by the name of Illuminati ended up attacking another YouTuber by the name of Legal Eagle with claims that his editors were ripping off the style of her editors. Very stupid drama to even start or really care about at the end of the day, but it really escalated from there to extents that you would have never guessed. Basically, Blair, aka Illuminati, decides to respond to the fact that everybody was dunking on her for trying to, like, attack Legal Eagle over this. And in her response, she immediately, like 10%, maybe 15% of the way into the video, diverts the focus of the video from her attacking Legal Eagle to another bubbled up bit of drama that had come out of it. And that was her falling out that she had with some former team members that she'd worked with on her YouTube channel. At least that's how she described it. That is until these former team members came forward with their stories and the receipts to back it up. In reality, Illuminati is a fucking psycho. I mean a fucking psycho. So for starters, she was a landlord who was literally acting as, like, basically created a company house where the transportation, food, and, like, other living expenses, housing, etc., 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 were all reliant on him both of them having that job. Were like subjecting them to horrible living conditions, which were all backed up with receipts. I mean, she was literally a lefty landlord. Literally, these people had to keep in good graces with her, or all of their ability to live would be taken away. They were working insane hours and having to meet insane demands while she is literally a business mogul who is a multi-millionaire at this point, who's, like, wringing every bit of cash she can out of these smaller content creators that she's employed. It is fucking wild, okay? It is insane how much got revealed, and the receipts are all there. I've done videos on it already. However, Lance, in response to that video going up, I guess he didn't expect there to be as much attention around this drama as there ended up being. For those that don't know, Illuminati and Lance from the Surfs are friends. They appear on podcasts together, and they're, like, actual legit friends. And I should also mention, Illuminati has a very well-documented history of manipulating and forcing her content creator friends into situations where they have to defend her. She'll blackmail them, she'll give ultimatums, she is a manipulator, she will force her content creator friends to defend her. I'm not saying it's why Lance is defending her, but it is something that she does, and it doesn't matter why Lance is defending her on this, he is. And he did that in the form of this video, which I think is pretty vile. Illuminati debunks The malicious claims from former Sad Milk team. Her receipts are insane. There were no receipts on her end, and the video ended up being, well, as you can see by the lack of likes on the video, it's only got 400 likes. All the comments are negative, and it's from his fans. His fans were replying, dude, this is a big L, man. This is a big L. And so I decided, since I was covering the Illuminati stuff, and I'd seen that Lance, a prominent lefty figure who associates with her publicly and kind of acts as somebody who, admits her into the fold of lefty content creation sphere, and the fact that she also tries to put forward sort of a progressive veneer, I felt like that's worth calling out. She's literally a landlord who abuses her position as a landlord. She's actually more of a, lord, and made Wonder live like a serf, which is ironic considering his name is their username is the serfs, I think it's ironic. Anyway, I ended up seeing yesterday, I'm fast forwarding too much. Anyway, I ended up making a video in response to people in chat who are asking me, Zan, why don't you like Lance? Because I'd mentioned a few times when he'd get brought up I really like his tweets, because I do like his tweets. His tweets are bangers. I really like his Twitter activity. It's just such a shame that he's kind of an asshole. And people were always like, Zan, why don't you like Lance? What happened? And I decided, you know what? I'm tired of people asking me this question. I'm going to make a video. I'm just going to make a statement called Why I Don't Like the Serfs. I start the video where I spend, a good portion of the video talking about this Illuminati stuff. Granted, this was before even a lot of the receipts about this had come out, and so Lance didn't look quite as bad back then when I made that video as he does now, having defended Illuminati, to be fair. However, I make my video, and I also go over a recent debate he had with Tim Pool. And I went over a thread that Heem had posted on Twitter. It was Heem's reaction to the debate. And because I didn't want to play the full, fucking debate for, hours on end on stream, because we needed to wrap up, I decided to play through a thread that was done, a live tweeted thread with clips of the debate, with, highlights of it. Most of those highlight points did not make Lance look particularly good. He didn't do the best job arguing for himself there. Towards the end, though, he actually did pull it back around and did actually manage to, make some good arguments. And I actually rooted for that. I was like, come on, Lance, let's see you pull out a W. And then he did. And I was like, yeah, okay, we closed it off with Lance actually, getting a W from this conversation. Anyway, I end up covering all of that and talking about it in my video. And a lot of people, even in my own audience, got mad at me, saying that I was just being petty and doing leftist infighting out of nowhere for no reason. And I was like, but I made the video in response to people asking me a question. This isn't me, trying to do a hit piece on Lance, really. I guess I am calling out the abuse apologia, to be fair, but, this isn't meant to be a hit piece on Lance. It's called Why I Don't Like the Serfs, and it opens with me answering an audience member's question. I think that's I think I framed it well enough to make it clear it wasn't meant to be, a attack on Lance's career. That said, though, Lance decided to respond. Now, yesterday I saw this. Someone sent me this, that he was live streaming and that he was doing a segment called Why I Don't Like Xanderhall. And apparently, that video, Why I Don't Like Xanderhall, has now come out. And of course, the comments for the most part are pretty much defending him. There are some people that are getting mad at him for doing drama. There are some people that are like, I'm not a big fan of Zan anymore, like this person. I used to be a big fan of Zan. He was actually my introduction to lefty YouTube, but he made the business decision to lean more into the drama sphere. Some people love the drama shit, but I think it's dumb. I don't dislike Zan or anything, but it's just not my cup of tea, and I think the drama should be beneath us. So, from everything I've heard about this video, Lance pretty much disregards and ignores my criticism about his defense of Illuminati. He pretty much just slides that right aside and ignores it, for all intents and purposes. Yeah, and on top of that, you'll notice that they're trying to pretend like the abuse that was suffered by Wonder and the Click by Illuminati, someone who is literally their landlord, who's like a multi-millionaire YouTuber who's massive, over 1 million subs, like very successful. She's hemorrhaging subs and growth now, obviously, but like they think calling out, like, I'm sorry, maybe we need to like rewatch the clip of Wonder's video, but like one of the things that happened as well was Illuminati threw away all of Wonder's like belongings, including his silver play button from YouTube. Just threw it away. So there's currently a fundraiser being run by Wonder's friends to raise money to get him a new silver play button because maliciously Illuminati threw it out and destroyed it. Just stuff like that. The most cruel, horrible shit. Listen, people want me to watch this video, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to be Lance coping for a while. I feel like I've given my position as well as I can, but let's watch the video. Let's see if he actually attempts to make an honest argument. Apparently, the reason he gave for why he didn't like me is he claimed that I dead-named Blair White. Oh yeah, that is true. I forgot about that. He did claim that I dead-named Blair White. I forgot about that. That was in a tweet, wasn't it?
Nope. I never said that. You can go back and roll the clips. What I said is that you looked up Blair White's dead name while streaming off-screen. That's what I said. That was my...
Do you want to know what he actually... Okay, what he actually said was, Xanderhall was looking up Blair White's dead name on stream, is what he said, which is implying heavily that I was showing chat her dead name. What actually happened was I was covering a mega turf who was referring to Blair by a name that I now know is just a term for all trans people. I think it was Tim is the term. Trans-identified male is the term. Kept calling her Tim over and over again. I was like, why is this lady calling her Tim? What is this like her dead name or something? How, is that public? What's going on? And I was like, what? And I literally opened up a tab like to Google and check if that was the case. And I said, I probably shouldn't Google that. And then I didn't. I didn't even have it open on stream. So the serfs said I literally that I looked up Blair White's dead name on stream to imply that I brought it up on stream to show off her dead name, when in reality, I was responding to, wait a second, why is Blair White being called this name? Is that like a thing? So yeah, no. Essentially what he was saying was, Zan was saying her dead name, or showing off her dead name. The point was to indicate that I was doing something transphobic that I did not do. He lied, or at the very least was misled. Alright, I'm glad we're starting off well.
Accusation, yes.
And that just didn't happen. So, like, true. I guess a made-up thing that he heard on Twitter about me? That he believed? I suppose? But yeah.
Okay, so made-up thing that I heard on Twitter that I believe. Alright, well, here's me learning about it on Twitter from you. Xanderhall. The thing I was responding to kept referring to Blair by a masculine name that wasn't hers, so I was like, are they dead naming Blair White? And I looked it up off-screen to find out what was occurring.
And I didn't even look it up. And what the serfs actually said was, Zan showed Blair White's name on stream, or looked up Blair's dead name on stream, implying that I showed it. Also, how is that worth criticizing me for? That's like the most, biggest reach for a criticism ever. So this is the reason that he dislikes me? Is that I got confused at some random turf referring to Blair White by a weird name that literally ended up being... Like, I googled Blair White Tim was what I googled, and I didn't even actually type it in. I typed it into the Google bar, and I said, I probably shouldn't Google that. And if I'd Googled it, what probably would have came up was the, definition of the word Tim as a derogative term for trans people. So I didn't even actually... Oh, God, he's so stupid. Oh, no. Oh, no, he's so stupid. So I was right. He just based his dislike of me on some shit he heard on Twitter. People keep extrapolating from this that you were wanting to dead name Blair White, and that is what Lance is implying. Well, that was the point, right? Like, that's the only actual thing that anybody who read that would get from it, right? If Lance says Zan, Googled Blair White's dead name on stream, what are you going to assume happened if you don't know what actually happened? Which I just described. he's lying. At the very least by omission, but certainly by implication. Lance strikes me as a performatively nice person. Dude, I hate that we have to deal with, like, another person who's attempting to, like, slander me, but they're doing it in such a way that people actually fall for, like, the fake nice act. Kind of like when Noah Samson did it. At the end of the day, I honestly don't care all that much about Lance dunking on me. Oh, he calls me Slander Hall here. One thing I will say is I find it funny that people that dislike me use this term to describe me, because the term Slander Hall actually originates from the lolicons, like the pedophile community on Twitter. The lolicons I would dunk on, who would make videos, and they'd call them like Slander Hall videos, where they would slander, because they literally would joke about how they're slandering me, and they would accuse me of stuff they actively would admit isn't true, like on Twitter, but in their videos they'd say it's true, so they call them Slander Hall videos. Shoeonhead actually did the same thing. I feel like, at this point, if somebody unironically uses the term Slander Hall in their video on me, we got him. There's no more need to continue. Important info, for some reason he spends a large part of this video upset that you said he's friends with Bad Bunny on stream, which I don't even think was in our video about him. Apparently he's not friends with Bad Bunny anymore. That's what I was told. I don't know how much time I spent talking about Bad Bunny in that video, but yeah, he was friends with Bad Bunny for quite a while, but apparently she blocked him and they had a falling out in private. But they were all this stuff was public for a long time and they were still friends, so I don't really think it applies much if they had a private falling out over something different. But yeah, what I'm actually more concerned about here, less so than him, like, reeing over me, like, not liking him, is the fact that I called him out. And the most important thing that I called him out for, this is the thing that I wanted him to respond to or acknowledge, was his defense of Illuminati. He doesn't really respond to it, apparently, according to everybody that's been telling me about this video. But what he did do, according to people on Twitter, is take down the video right before he put out that stream. Which doesn't surprise me, considering how, like, poor the reception was on it. This video is no longer up on the channel anymore, at least according to people commenting on my Twitter. He took it down the morning of his live stream recording of what we're watching now. That's definitely a good thing, but he didn't upload, like, an apology video to the people that were abused, that he did the abuse apologia for and called malicious. He didn't make an outward statement or apologize for it, because it's clear that he doesn't actually care that he attacked abuse victims and defended an abuser who's his friend. He wanted to save face. He didn't want me to be able to bring up this video and play it on stream. Now the video is gone. I can't play the clips of Lance defending her and talking about how great she is and how much she's owning these allegations, because he took the video down. But I got the thumbnail, and I got the title. And he can't get rid of that. Try responding to the actual issue, Lance. I know you'd want to turn this into petty streamer drama, because I did a little bit of my video just kind of having fun watching a recent debate you did, but that wasn't the point of the video. The point of the video is that you engaged in abuse apologia for your good content creator friend who is very large and very influential online, but is currently hemorrhaging subs because she has so unanimously been exposed as an abuser. You should probably reconsider all that, and if you have, then consider making it public that you have. He does the same for Thought Slime in the video. Doesn't surprise me. I feel like that's a good response. I'm not watching his whole, like, cope response, like, because it's literally just going to be him coping over every nitpick he can find. He's not very good at responding to things, like, charismatically either, so it won't be entertaining. And it's all to just, like, to deflect from... It's all to deflect from the fact that he did abuse apology, and that's the main thing I was criticizing him for. Or at least the most important thing. Not main thing in terms of video length, probably. The weirdest part of it is, like, half the video is about you saying he's friends with Bad Bunny, which, again, wasn't even in our video. Maybe he wanted more of an excuse to, like, air the dirty laundry about Bad Bunny. Maybe that was why I made the video. All right, Cherry, remember, that video needs to be titled exactly this. There we go. The Surfs TV attempts to slander the Xander. That's got to be the title of the video when it goes out. You got it. Beta Leafy, thank you for the $5 donations. Back to back, thank you. I'll read them in order. Said, $5, said, I really need to make a Why I Left the Right video. That could be a good video. I'd be interested to hear your story. And you also said, me and my BF plan to move to Aberdeen, Washington when I'm done with shit like college. Interesting. Well, hopefully you enjoy the trip and your college and all that good stuff. It's pretty nice in Washington. Thank you for the total of $10. I really appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal really fast. $119. Why not slander the hall? That'd be funny. Nah, I think slander the Xander is funnier for the video title. Bro unironically adopted the derisive nickname that pedophiles, the lolicons on Twitter made up for me. Oh no, 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 no. Oh my god. Hold on. Here's what I'm gonna tweet, okay? Here's gonna be my like in-between segments tweet to bring people to the stream, okay? Lance refers to me as Slanderhall in his new vid on me, a nickname made up by lolicon pedos on Twitter. Maybe not the best crowd to get your lingo from. And then a link to the stream. Yeah, to show the screenshots of the lolicons calling you Slanderhall. You can basically just name search Slanderhall on Twitter and then click the account saying it, and it's like, whoo, okay, all right, yep, that's reported. That's what will happen. Go, do it. Search Slanderhall and see what happens. There's a reason why I run a full, like, block like chain add-on. If I see a tweet that's, like, some fucked up shit, I can click a button that literally blocks everybody who liked the tweet. So if you've been blocked by me, it could be because you liked a tweet that was shitting on me, that was stupid. Could be because you're a fucking weirdo who liked some weird lolicon tweet that I blocked everybody who liked. Could be anything. That is a good meme, though. I run a blockchain on pedophiles and on woke scolds who go after me. No knowing which one you were, though. Alright, Lance refers to me as Slanderhall in his new vid on me, a nickname made up by lolicon pedos on Twitter. Maybe not the best crowd to get your lingo from. Alright. Hog. Free Wingo? Maybe someday, Wingo. Maybe someday. Alright. Is he being serious? Oh yeah, no, Destiny's been on the Karen is a misogynistic and racist thing to white women for a while. He's been on that take for a while now. I remember all the way back during the general election he was saying that Karen is misogynistic and racist. It's bait to upset lefties. Don't take it. If you don't respond, he'll stop doing it. He does whatever riles up whichever group will get riled up the most. He says the N-word, but thinks Karen is misogynistic. It's bait. Don't take it. Ignore it. Just don't take the bait. He'll Mott and Bailey you. He'll literally, like, I guarantee if you try to argue with this with him, he'll actually just call you racist for not, like, he'll call you racist and say you don't think it's racist to call all black women, the example, I don't remember what it was, the example that Matt Walsh used, which was, like, what he was quote tweeting. So it's literally just meant to be, it's literally just meant to be a distraction from, like a Mott and Bailey. Sorry, I was reading chat. I feel like Lance is using Xander Hall as a distraction from the Blair stuff. There's probably a lot going on IRL between her and her clique, and he doesn't want to address it. Oh, I mean, it's the fact that he took down the video and didn't address it, and the fact that, like, he just made a video exclusively talking about, like, me, and kind of glides over the Blair stuff is pretty sussy. Do you think Lance's bedroom looks like Blair's? We can only hope not. I hope he's doing alright, because Blair's bedroom is not the bedroom of a healthy person. I've never had my bedroom be in the state that Blair's bedroom was in that photo. God damn. I've been ashamed of my living space before, because I've, like, let go of it, and it's never gotten that bad. Fuck. That was embarrassing. Alright, guys. I want to talk to you guys about Twitter. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. As you all know, Elon Musk's acquisition, of Twitter has been a nightmare, to say the least. He promised that he was going to get rid of the bots, but now if I were to check my incoming DMs right now, I would probably have dozens of sex bots that have tried to send me messages like, click, here's my Ethereum wallet, here's OnlyFans account, I'm the hottest 18-year-old on OnlyFans, just all these, like, crypto and porn bot spammers in my DMs and in the replies of every viral tweet. The bot problem on Twitter has literally never been worse. And the hilarious thing is that Elon Musk was promising to deal with it. He has also basically gotten all the ads gone from the platform, so it's losing money way faster than before, and it's like a massive money sink. He has gotten rid of pretty much all like restrictions for being transphobic in the TOS in terms of enforcement and racist. There are accounts that are literally just like that have over like tens of thousands of likes that are things like the Blacks Posting L's account. Has like 60,000 likes now, I think. There's a bunch of them that are like different slurs for trans people posting L's that are really big as well, that have hundreds of thousands of followers. They do not get banned because that is no longer against Twitter's TOS. Recently, Elon Musk defended some of the shit that he said on Twitter by claiming that he doesn't think the recent Texas shooting was done by a white supremacist, and that you can't blame it on white supremacy. Even though the guy had SS and swastika tattoo, the police autopsy confirmed this. It's not like he claimed the photo of the tattoos was a psyop from Bellingcat, but the police did an autopsy and confirmed, yeah, this is the guy. Yeah, those are his tattoos. So it's interesting that Elon Musk is so desperate to take something that was so obviously the fault of white supremacy and say, no, this wasn't the fault of white supremacy, and defend white supremacy. There's literally no world where that isn't defending white supremacy. Like, whoa. Let's not make it seem like white supremacy leads to violence or anything like that. That doesn't happen. White supremacists aren't violent. They don't do violence. Anytime someone tells you that a white supremacist is violent, it must be a psyop. Regardless, it's very clear that Elon Musk has the brainworms, and he always has had the brainworms. Hell, he literally grew up in, like, fucking apartheid South Africa. His dad owned an emerald, or a share of an emerald mine in Zambia. He grew up rich as fuck in apartheid South Africa. The dude is no doubt quite far right. And considering how many divorces he's been through at this point, you know he's fallen down the incel rabbit hole more times than once. That said, Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter has done one thing worse than all others, and that is start Twitter's path towards becoming Facebook too. Hypers in chat, if you, like, haven't been on Facebook in a while. I haven't, but I keep up with, like, what's going on there. And it is bad. The boomers on Facebook are just running wild. And depending on what country you're from, it's worse. For example, I know that Facebook in, like, Myanmar and a lot of countries in, like, Southeast Asia that are heavily adopting the internet more recently have very large populations, are growing a very large conservative media presence online, and it starts with, like, boomers sharing around conspiracy theories online. It is not bound in any way to, like, white conservatives with profile pictures of them in sunglasses in their trucks on Facebook, okay? I assure you, this is a global phenomenon that is going to be unraveling as more and more of the world gets access to internet, okay? It is certainly going to be something. That said, I think Twitter is on its way to becoming Facebook too, and there's a few good examples of this. For example, literally just recommended to me on my timeline. Not like, oh, it was liked or retweeted by someone I follow, or someone else was replying to it or like quote tweeting it. No, Twitter was pushing this. I quote tweeted it saying Facebook too, woo! And it's from Illuminati bot, and it's a meme that says, jet fuel can't melt steel beams. This is not an ironic account. It has, of course, been community notes. While jet fuel will not reach temperature where it can melt steel beams, it, combined with internal combustibles found in offices, can easily cause a catastrophic collapse of a skyrise in 2 hours. Also, when you consider the fact that a plane just, smashed into the building, and there's literally tons and tons of steel that is now being, like, janged, like, over a much, like, weakened part of the tower. There's a lot of reasons to assume why that would topple down. Also, yeah, the towers fell over the course of time. Regardless, conspiracy shit, like, literally the whole, like, 9/11 was an inside job and it wasn't a real thing has been debunked time and time again. That said, that's not the end of it. This morning, I had an Elijah Schaffer tweet pushed to me. For those of you guys that don't know who Elijah Schaffer is, he's a neo-Nazi. He runs a podcast called Slightly Offensive. He's a Nazi. He does a lot of Twitter posting. He's not as popular as he used to be. He's kind of like a nobody now. I think I might have met him in real life. Did I meet him in real life in Texas? I feel like I met a guy that looks like this dude who is just kind of weird and awkward that I might have met in Texas, and his name sounds familiar. Did I debate him? I think I might have debated him. He's a rapist too? That doesn't surprise me. I think I might have debated him in Texas, actually. He's a pretty forgettable face. Regardless, in line with most conservative rhetoric, you see the proliferance of, like, AI technology isn't the beginning of the right's attempts to use technology to make fake propaganda. They've been doing this since Photoshop was a thing, okay? And I don't know why he decided to do this not with AI and instead decided to do it with Photoshop, but he did this and tried to pass this off. Photo just leaked, 100% verified by the FBI, found on Hunter Biden's BlackBerry. Nobody talks about the other devices that were with the laptop. Retweet if you want to expose these pizza eaters. When they say pizza, it's a reference to, like, they say cheese pizza as like a code word for like child porn. A lot of pedophiles do that, so I think that's why he's saying that, like pizza eater. So he's accusing Pete Buttigieg and this Zoomer kid of being pedophiles, I guess, and shows a photo of Pete Buttigieg and this kid seemingly standing at the temple on Epstein's Island, like the Epstein Island kid diddlin' temple. And if you've been on the internet before, you might be able to tell this is a very photoshopped image. What really gave it away for me was the hair here. The fact that you can see there's a very clear indication that the hair had a different background than what's actually behind him, you know? But then, of course, the actual photo propped up, and I'll show you the actual photo it was taken from. But it gets funnier. He actually doubled down before it got community noticed and corrected. He said, "To the haters, I've done graphic design and photo editing professionally for years and as a hobby for over a decade. This is not Photoshop. They look pixel by pixel. There's no way this is faked. May have a community note, but this guy just verified it with the inventor of Photoshop. I have the inventor of Photoshop here next to me, and he just verified that this is a 100% real photo." Now he's getting trolled. I'm pretty sure most of these people are unironically trolling him, and he's falling for it. This guy's, like, not very smart. Like, I don't remember this guy being very smart. Everyone questions when these kids made their Twitter accounts, 2007, etc., but nobody asks where. This image from 2003, this is not true. Some of y'all just aren't ready for the truth. I can confirm I work at a digital media verification systems, and I have ran this image through our state. This is also a troll. This is, like, I looked at the account. This is a troll account that he's falling for. This image through our state-of-the-art Brutus Teeth T1000 image masticulator. It creates a fourth-dimensional holographic rendering of the photo and verified the light spectrums of each pixel on the quantum level. It's such a good fucking meme. Dude fell for it, or probably made this himself, if I'm being honest. Like, it wouldn't really strike me as odd. The funny thing is, though, I ended up replying to the final tweet in this thread with the actual source. I zoomed in on the face of the kid in the photo, and you can see, you know, the obvious Photoshop. Here's the photo that it's from. Here's where he cropped out Pete Buttigieg and the kid at, like, some public event in the Capitol, no doubt, and photoshopped them into Epstein's Island. This is so fucking embarrassing. I need you to understand that this is just a representation of all conservative rhetoric, just poorly disguised. This is the level of dishonesty all conservative rhetoric and rhetoricians operate on. Most are just better than him at hiding it. I have no doubt that after this, you know, tremendous L, he'll probably try to claim he was trolling or joking. A lot of conservatives try to do that when they get called out, and they're unanimously in the wrong, but, come on, it's very obvious that he actually, is trying to push this as real. Yeah, there's a lot of hints there that it's Photoshop, but a lot of his audience are, like, boomers that have bad eyesight and don't know technology and probably aren't inclined to look very closely. My point is, not only is this shit, like, allowed to exist on Twitter now, like, it'll get community notes, but it's not taken down. Like, full-on accusing, like, a 20-year-old, like, activist and Pete Buttigieg, who is an elected figure, or not elected figure, an appointed figure in our government, of being pedophiles and falsely making up, like, an image to try to, like, back that claim up. Twitter's just fine with it under Elon. This is no different than what Facebook did during the 2016 election and does to a lesser extent now, but still pretty badly. Twitter is just going to become a hive of boomers spreading conspiracy theories and, like, being bigoted, and all the Zoomers and normal people are going to leave Twitter for a new site. Right now, it seems like Blue Sky is what everybody wants to go to. But if Twitter doesn't, like, start to go back to the way it was, I think I think it's guaranteed over at this point. The boomerification of Twitter is what will really kill it. If nothing else, it's the boomerification that'll do it. Because Zoomers do not want to share the same social space online with the boomer culture. They don't want to. It's why Zoomers moved from Facebook to like Instagram, and from Instagram when boomers started to move there more to Snapchat, and then now they're mostly on like Twitter and Snapchat, but now it's going to be more so than the TikTok because Snapchat kind of died. Like literally, it's all a matter of Zoomers running away from the boomers that are adapting to newer like platforms so they can have their own sort of cultural identity where they're the general majority on those platforms and have the general cultural pool. It happened with MySpace too, of course, and several other sites before it. And it seems like that's the path that Twitter is on now. How do you guys like that segment? I know it was a shorter one and not like a really like serious one, but I feel like it was worth covering. Not great. Fuck you, Mari Spare. Oh, but good video. Okay. I love you, Mari Spare. Good Segi. It was pretty funny. We do our best here. How many segments have I done today? I feel like I might have done 6. 4? Really? Weird. Feels like I've done more than I have. Well, I want to do 6 today. Oh, yeah, he did. I forgot about that, Cherry. I forgot that I'd met Elijah Schaefer in real life. I debated him in Texas with Ben Burgess, I think. That was me and Dr. Ben Burgess had some whiskey and ate some snacks after that second day of the event. It was pretty fun. Or was it the first day? I don't remember. But yeah, it was... Could you imagine me, Destiny, Dr. Ben Burgess, my abusive ex, James Kuntz from Modern Day Debate, who's awesome. He's a dope dude. Like fucking, like just the most bizarre, like get together of people, sitting at a table, and then all of a sudden the whiskey comes out, and I'm like, oh shit. Most alcohol I've drank is whiskey. The first time I ever got drunk, the first few times I ever got drunk was from whiskey. And not only was it whiskey, it was shit whiskey. Do you guys know what Canadian Mist is? There it is. It was the plastic big bottle. Please let me open an image. So, this shit is 80 proof, which means 40% alcohol, okay? It's cheap, garbage whiskey, but it's strong, okay? My first time having alcohol properly was I had a sip of this from like a little canteen, because I was out fishing in a very cold night, and we were like waist deep in cold ass water, and I was cold as hell. And my uncle was just like, fuck it, have a sip. You're cold as hell. It'll warm you up. And it was less so like an amount that could actually get me buzzed or drunk, and more so like, it'll warm me up a little bit. I was literally 20 years old, okay? Like, chill out. Anyway, after that, my first time properly getting drunk, okay? Me and my family, like my uncles, were watching... Wonder Woman. It was a newer movie at the time. We were watching Wonder Woman. It had just come to streaming services. And I hadn't watched much DC movies before. And my uncle had made these beautiful slabs of lamb. They were nice and greasy. They were covered in like herbs and seasonings and just the most delicious slabs of lamb I've ever had. And he brings out the whiskey and some shot glasses, and I grab one. While eating that nice, delicious, greasy lamb, I proceed to drink 6 shots of this Canadian Mist whiskey. And about the time period of about 10 to 15 minutes. And it quickly set in. All I remember, I did not have a hangover in the morning, but all I remember is like walking outside to the driveway for something and tripping and falling, getting up, walking to bed, falling asleep, or, well, it was the couch because I was staying at my uncle's place, walking to the couch and falling asleep. Like, you know, like a proper shot, you know? Like, if it's a shot glass this tall, it was, like, up to here. I drank 6 of those. I didn't puke. I passed the fuck out. And I woke up the next morning feeling, honestly, not too bad. I think it was really the meat. I think it was eating the greasy meat that did it. Because eating meat particularly slows down your digestion and metabolizing of alcohol, so it doesn't affect you both hangover and like drunkenness wise as badly. So yeah, Canadian Mist does not give you a hangover. Real, I didn't get one. Yeah, I mean it could have been the meat, it could have been the liquor itself, but I did not get a hangover from that whiskey. It was awful, but you know. 6 shots. Not shitting you. I got cut off, like, immediately. I tried to take another one, and I got cut off, and I'm glad I did, because I would have thrown up, and it would have been bad if I had a 7th shot. And ever since then, I don't really drink. Sometimes if I'm at, like a party or a get-together of friends, I'll drink, but besides that, not really often. No, I've never done a pub crawl. I don't really drink at bars or restaurants, even. I've gone out to eat with Vosh and Demon Mama and Conyer and whatnot a few times, and they'll always order some drinks, but except the designated driver. But I never get a drink because I'm not into drinking. Like, even in that level of a social environment, I don't really get a drink typically. I'm just not a big alcohol guy. I'm more of a weed guy. It's just, weed's my thing. No, I can't drive. I don't have my license. Nor do I know how to drive. Nor do I have the desire to get my license or learn how to drive, because I don't need to. Because I work from home. You smoke weed? Oh no! Alright, chat, hold on. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I gotta go pee really fast, and then we're gonna find 1 or 2 more segments for me to do. Topics for me to cover, or videos for me to respond to. We'll see. And yeah, we'll continue the stream. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Weed. Marijuana. Beta Leafy, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that very kind donation. Said, I love developing my site while listening to Zan. Hell yeah. Thank you for the support, and thank you for telling me what you're doing while you're listening to my content. I love when people do that. All right, everybody. Chat, I actually have a suggestion. What if we watched a weed-centered video? There's got to be a video that we could watch about the federal legalization of weed being necessary in order to eliminate the racial disparity in dispensary ownership among, like, the states where it's legal. Because that's an issue I've touched on before that isn't really talked about all that much among left tubers. Hold on. Weed federal legalize... Fuck, I can't type. It was a particular documentary. Racial disparity in dispensary ownership. The racist origins of marijuana prohibition. Well, we know about that. Oh, here it is. Oh, wait, no, it's not. I thought that was it. Trying to find a good video on it. Fuck, I'd watched this video years ago. Ooh, this looks interesting, actually. Chat, wait. Are Vox videos copyrighted in that they'll get you cucked? Are Vox videos copyright cucked, or are they safe? Vox is copyright cuck? This is just Vox, not Vox News. It's a video called a fact-checked debate about legal weed. Let's try it, okay? Listen, pay very close attention to what I say here, okay? If the stream goes out during this segment, I am going to be covering it, which probably means it won't go out because I'm actively responding to it, pausing it, and doing that. If the stream goes out, spam F, and I will know. What I will do, if that happens, is immediately stop playing and showing the video. From there, it can take up to 5 minutes for YouTube to register I've stopped playing automatically caught copyrighted content, and it may, or it will, let go of the stream. No trolling, or it's an insta-ban in chat. So just say your 1F when it happens. I'll know once, even if you just see a bunch of people saying it, you don't need to say it after that. Just focus on, like, every 30 seconds or so refreshing the page, and the stream should come back. May even come back on its own. But all I can do is wait in a situation like that, okay? So no trolling. All right, I'm going to start the segment now. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. As you all know, I am quite the weed smoker. More specifically, a weed vapor. I'm actually much more... I can't really handle burning, or, like, smoke in my lungs, or, like, I can't stand the flavor, I can't stand the taste, or the charriness, or the like, amount of harshness there is to it. I just don't like it. It's not a pleasurable way of getting stoned. And I like getting stoned to be a pleasurable experience that I enjoy. Which is why I've gotten much more into these concentrate vapes, and I go for, like, the highest concentration power of concentrate that I can get, and I get some pretty good stuff. I'm in Washington State, Seattle to be more specific, and the weed that we got here is very, very good. I'm a big fan of Washington weed. That said, weed is not legal everywhere. In fact, federal legalization of weed does not seem like it's quite achievable even for a while into the future, any time in the foreseeable future, which is a big problem. Federal legalization is what is the most necessary for the marijuana industry to evolve from this point on. There are a few inequalities and issues with the industry of legal weed currently that need to be addressed due to this issue. For starters, lack of federal legalization of weed means that federal banks cannot issue loans to people who want to start a dispensary or a weed-based business. It's illegal for them to do so because it's only state legal, not federally legal. So as you can imagine, considering that to start a dispensary, even in legal states, you have to already have the capital needed to invest in starting the business out of pocket, what do you think that's going to lead to? I'll tell you. It leads to a massive disparity racially between dispensary owners. Most of them are white. Very few black dispensary owners. Which sounds very unfair when you consider the fact that marijuana legalization was in large part supposed to solve the problem of black people being more heavily policed and prosecuted for marijuana marijuana possession and marijuana-related crimes than white people. And yet, the dispensaries are mostly white-owned because of this issue, even in the states where weed is legal. This is one of many issues that has come along with the lack of federal legalization that affects even the legal states, which is why we can't just rely on the blue states, the progressive states having the right position on this, and the red states doing whatever the fuck they want. Because until it is federally legalized, even the blue states' legal weed is going to be hampered. That said, we're going to get really stoned, and we're going to be watching a Vox video called A Fact-Checked Debate About Legal Weed. Because I haven't seen anything like this before, and I'm actually curious to see. We've got obviously someone who's against legal weed, I guess, and someone who's for it, and they're going to be debating, and it's going to be fact-checked. So if someone lies or says something that's wrong, it's going to be called out. And I really like that. I like fact-check debates. That's actually pretty dope. So let's take a look. And of course, if you have weed on hand, be prepared to get nice and stoned.
Sounds like you want to treat it like a legal product.
Or a better way forward, which is just decriminalize it.
This looks like a debate.
It's illegal.
That's not true.
But it's not. Yes, these two advocates fundamentally disagree about a major policy issue.
I support the legalization and regulation of cannabis for adults.
I oppose legalization of cannabis.
We could have just had them show up and fight it out. That's how these things usually go.
No, I think...
But when you watch people argue, are you judging content or style? And how do you know if they're even...
Good point. Wait, I didn't expect a Vox video to make this point. But yeah, very good point. I've said this many times, but if you're in any way, experienced with, the sphere of online debate, most of it, is based on... Who won is based on who made their arguments look the best, not who is correct. This is just objectively true. The person who won a debate is not the person who held the correct position. If that was the case, then every lefty would win every debate with every conservative by default. The problem is, conservatives specifically, due to the fact that what they believe in is false and wrong and morally bankrupt, they have to find very, very compelling and creative ways to wrap up their rhetoric in a seemingly believable and sort of understandable veneer.
Even telling the truth.
So in a debate format like this, as I should say, a debate format like this literally makes that impossible because someone's going to be coming in and saying, actually, it's not true. Your little rhetorical bit you tried to do there, that's bullshit. It's not actually, it's not actually true. You just lied.
So we wanted to try something different. We asked both Paul and Will to send us 5 facts about cannabis legalization that their opponent would have to concede are true. They fact-checked each other, we fact-checked them too, and after going back and forth on the exact phrasing, we landed on 6.
Do you both agree that these are true?
Yes. Yes, I do.
They'll each present their facts and get to respond to the other's facts with a footnote. Okay, here we go.
Could you imagine if every online debate was moderated this well? That would be insane, but conservatives would immediately stop agreeing to debates like this. This is not a good idea if you are right-wing. You cannot back up a conservative worldview with reality. But who knows? Maybe the anti-weed guy isn't
National
conservative.
polls consistently show that a majority of the American public support legalizing marijuana. In 1969, a minority supported legalization. Today, it's nearly 70%. As more states have adopted legalization, support among the public has risen in parallel. There's no buyer's remorse.
My footnote to that would
True, nobody has buyer's remorse about legal weed.
be these polls often give what we believe is to be a false dichotomy of choice. If I have to choose between arrest and incarceration or legalization, I'm going to choose legalization as well. But when we dig a little bit deeper, and there's some national polls.
So he's against weed being available as a product. He thinks the idea of there being dispensaries and whatnot is bad. So, I don't know if you know this, but dispensaries are taxed very heavily. They are a massive source of income for the states in which they exist. They tax income that can be used to invest back into projects to help the state and its population. That is a dumb argument, okay? No, he opposes government regulation, I think. So he doesn't believe in government regulation, thus there shouldn't be legalized weed because the government will regulate it? Is he like a super libertarian? Okay, I have to hear what this guy's premise is first.
Choice. If I have to choose between arrest and incarceration or legalization, I'm going to choose legalization as well. But when we dig a little bit deeper, and there's some national polls from Emerson that show that support for legalization falls well below 50% when people are presented with other options, such as decriminalization and the medicinal use of the cannabis plant.
Well, let's talk about those polls, Will. Even when you provide more choices, the most popular choice is legalizing marijuana by adults.
That is true. And that rate's only going up with Gen Z.
My name is Will Jones. I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Outreach at Smart Approaches to Marijuana. I really believe that we can explore better policy options when it comes to marijuana policy than either criminalization or commercialization. Decriminalization removes
I'm sorry, but policy, as in like any laws or restrictions, is not going to help. If your concern is that marijuana... Okay. My concern as a stoner in regards to marijuana is people under the age of 21 getting access to weed. I don't think that's good. And I don't think that should be a thing. I also don't think people under the age of 21 should be getting access to nicotine as someone who vapes. The problem here is that banning the sale of these things, especially on a state level, does not eliminate the problem. All it does is create more roadblocks and more danger for those that are going to bypass whatever roadblocks you make, to get access to it. If you think after the California flavored vape ban, there aren't Zoomers that are buying their vapes from weirdos who come to like the parking lot a few blocks away from the high school and like sell vapes from out of state or something, like if you think that's not happening still and they're not paying more and having to talk to even shadier, weirder dudes, oh, it's still happening. In Australia, high school is where you meet dealers. It's insane. Maybe it's even at the high school. Yeah, wouldn't be surprising. I've heard about vape selling happening in bathrooms. It won't solve the problem. It'll just mean that these kids spend more money on it, and they'll be more desperate for it. And the kids that go through withdrawals, oh, I guarantee you're going to see kids going through withdrawals in school, and it's not going to lead to any positive outcome. The fact is that unless the policy he's referring to as a solution is policy to create programs that allow kids that maybe, like, let's be honest, weed does have negative effects on your body. You can develop a mental dependency on it very easily if it becomes a habit. You can develop, if you start using weed too early, there is undeniable evidence that weed, if used too early in life at a habitual rate, can have severe impacts on your mental development in a negative way and stunt it. That is not good. Weed also, and every stoner knows this, can have the effect of heavily heavily pushing back your like motivation and drive to do things. Obviously, I'm more of a sativa guy. My strain on my body has the effect of kind of putting me into robot mode and allowing me to just kind of grind my work out without really, it just chills me out, and I just grind out my work. But a lot of people, they smoke weed, makes them lazy, makes them just lay back and just kind of sink into the couch. Sometimes it's just how their body responds to weed. Maybe it's because that's the strain they're using, and maybe that's just sometimes it's just how weed works for them. Weed affects different people differently, right? However, it is unanimously known that if you're not careful with your weed consumption, all of these negative impacts can affect you and many more. The problem is, I don't think that any form of prohibition or prohibition light is the solution to this. I think that responsible education is the best solution to this. DARE campaigns have been proven to be the worst fucking way to go about this, besides like criminalization and prohibition. But like, I think doing more realistic, like, education about drugs is the best way to do this. Decriminalizing and educating in a way that is not meant to fearmonger, but to genuinely educate. Like, I really do think that, like, a proper education about weed, for example, at a school would be, honestly, a lot of you watching right now, by the time you're a senior in high school, you're going to be a habitual weed smoker. That's just the fact of it. That is just statistically the fact of it. You are going to smoke weed regularly. A lot of you that are in this crowd right now, I'm imagining like the assemblies I would go to as a kid. I'd be like, a lot of you kids, by the time you're in high school, you're going to be smoking marijuana pretty regularly. It's going to end up that way. Don't know how, you don't know how, but it'll just end up that way. But here's the reality of it. If that does end up being what you end up doing, you need to know how to go about it responsibly. And I think that schools should give a talk about, like, what it's like to have to deal with drug dealers, to have to deal with potential, obviously, like, a realistic and not, like, a fear-mongering explanation of, like, what it's like to have to, buy drugs, what it's like when you run out of drugs, like weed, for example, and you want weed, and it's like, oh, shit, the guy I buy my weed from isn't there. He won't answer. No, I've got no weed, and there's no one to buy weed from, and I'm like, fucked. Just, like, realistic explanations that are more likely to deter someone from weed than, like, some fear-mongered, made-up propaganda. Like, how many people do you think... How many real stories as a stoner do you think you have about times where, like, you wish you'd never started smoking weed because you're like, oh, I wish I had weed right now? That if you told those stories, you feel like they'd be a better... Like, it'd have a better effect than a DARE campaign. I've got a few. Yeah, running out of weed is like one of the worst things that can ever happen to you. Like, explain to kids what it's like to run out of weed once you start smoking weed. That's a good deterrent.
Penalties for the personal possession and use of marijuana. Legalization and commercialization would allow for businesses to market and sell marijuana. And so that's the primary difference between the two.
So he's against marketing and selling marijuana. I'm in favor of it. I like going to the dispensary and buying my weed. Because I don't want to have to buy it from a drug dealer.
A recent study reported higher rates of fatal car crashes in states that had legal recreational marijuana. We have to look at what are all the areas of society and of public health and safety that are going to be impacted through legalization and commercialization.
In fact, the study you cited looked at a subset of states. Even the authors of the studies acknowledge it may have nothing to do with the change in the status of marijuana at all, that there's a number of different confounders. Fortunately, we have real-world experience in this country, reducing rates of drunk driving. I am confident that we can continue to reduce rates of drug driving.
When you commercialize something, you have advertising, you have marketing, that increases use, that's what it's supposed to do. And when you have more people using, that percentage of people...
Hey chat, you know what more effectively gets you to not do something? Or at least for me, and I imagine this is true of most of you, you know what effectively gets me to, like, remember not to ever do something? Hearing true stories about that thing. that I know verifiably are true. The more firsthand experience I have, the better. For example, I literally have known people in my life who've like fallen deep and badly to drug addiction back from Florida. I mean, yeah, the stereotype, you know, my Floridian schoolmates have grown up and a lot of them are like deep in drug addiction now. But I saw what happened to them. And that's why I would never, even in my most like experimental state, touch a pretty wide variety of you know, like drug substances. Like not even to try or experiment with. Because I've seen what can happen firsthand. And it's not some scary PSA that's meant to scare kids. It was just witnessing and seeing verifiably the reality of where you can end up. Just the real shit. And to this day, it's worked. There's no, like, scary real shit like that with weed. I mean, I'm sure there's something, but, you know. Nicotine, I guess there is, but I already plan to quit nicotine. So, yeah, it's like, I don't know. I feel like... I feel like it's more realistic to get kids to not start smoking weed, to just explain the reality to them. Not try to make up a boogeyman and scare kids, you know?
That use irresponsibly is going to represent a larger number of people.
Do we know whether...
To be fair, this guy seems like he's a bit more good faith. I'm gonna, like, take a guess that he's, like, personally concerned about kids getting access to weed too young. Like, I'm sure he's probably, like, got no problem with adults responsibly smoking weed, but he probably has a concern with young kids getting access to weed while they're in school, and it like, destroying their drive and motivation and possibly even sending them down the school-to-prison pipeline. I have a feeling he's concerned about that, but his motivations and, like, what he thinks is the solution to it is probably, well, is clearly different than what I think is the solution.
Use of marijuana goes up after legalization?
It tends to go up in people that are about 26, and so, yes.
The vision here is that we can craft policy with marijuana where we don't create something that creates a negative public health impact that we then have to address with massive campaigns afterwards.
My name's Paul Armentano. I always believe strongly.
I will also argue this isn't too much different, though the stakes are quite a bit lower, I would argue, than the arguments the right makes. The ones on the right who, or like the ones who are being like convinced by the right that this is a valid argument, who are concerned about gender affirming care, and that like certain situations where it has bad outcomes should like completely negate the good situations where it helps people. Weed has been time and time again shown to have medicinal properties that help people. There are a lot of people that have been able to get off of prescription pills that are way worse, like opiates, like opiate prescription pills in exchange for weed or CBD, which is a weed-derived compound, to help with their pain so that they don't have to take opiates. I have met several people in my life who no longer take Vicodin because they have weed. It's true. And obviously there's more studies and larger like data that I could point to in regards to weed like medicinal uses, but it's there, right? And while most people use weed recreationally rather than medicinally, I think the fact that so many people do get such great medicinal use out of it is good. A lot of people with PTSD get use out of marijuana. Some people, though, and this is where it can be an issue, like any medication that can affect your mind chemistry, weed can also have very negative effects on people with PTSD and whatnot. It can cause them to have panic attacks and freak the fuck out. And it can be a very bad time for them. But for some people, they can grow a dependency on it and literally rely on it as their medication. And I think if their dependence on it is as a medication to help with like a mental issue, I think that's fair. Obviously, with, you know, if it's prescribed by a therapist or a doctor, that's ideal. But like some people need it as like a crutch to get by. It's not ideal, but they need it.
In civil liberties, in a world that doesn't just accept alcohol, but celebrates the use of alcohol, it is unjust to be ruining people's lives over their use of a plant.
Yeah, the level to which our culture celebrates alcohol is pretty, like, it is very much, like, hypocritical. Like, if you have, like, no problem with alcohol, especially when you consider the fact that alcohol kills so many more people. Drunk driving, liver disease, like, alcohol toxicity. Nobody, like, the people that are dying from weed at most are the much less common occasional DUI accidents that happen from weed, but even those are far less common than accidents that happen when you're drunk. Weed doesn't poison you. It's not like killing you bodily, except for, like, I guess smoking isn't really good for you, but it's not even as it's literally not as bad as cigarettes. So yeah, I feel like alcohol should be your top priority if you're going to try to be in favor of, like, some sort of policy changes in regards to that, right?
Police in the United States still make hundreds of thousands of low-level marijuana arrests every year. Over 90% of those arrests are for simple possession, and the results of these arrests are significant. People lose their jobs, people lose their professional licensure, their...
Oh, wait till you find out what their, like, standards are for what distribution or intent to distribute marijuana is. I found out from when FPS Russia, like, got federally charged and had his guns taken away because he's in Georgia and he had weed, that they found a text on his phone where he asked his girlfriend at the time, hey, you want to come over to my house and watch the new Game of Thrones and smoke some weed? They took that text, used it as evidence that he had intent to distribute marijuana, and were going to try to charge him as a drug dealer. Like, they were going to try to charge him as you would a drug dealer, like, years of time for that text. That's the standard by which they, especially with federal charges, like what he had, where it's, 97% conviction rate or something like that, like, they have very, very low standards on what qualifies as distribution or intent to distribute when it comes to weed and other drugs.
Right to vote, to possess a gun, subsidize housing. In some states, they even lose the right to adopt a child. And those arrested disproportionately are young people, poor people, and people of color.
So I'd agree 100% that there is systemic inequality and injustice in the way that the enforcement of marijuana laws has been carried out in our country. But when we look at the data from states that have legalized, we see that systemic inequality in law enforcement, even around the laws of legalization, continues to exist. We still continue to see disparities.
Absolutely.
Well, that's because driving under the influence is still illegal, and that's because we need police reform alongside this. These are not single issues, but the issue is once you've decriminalized possession of weed, at that point it's just a matter of, like, you don't need to be, like, as long as you're not stoned and driving, which you shouldn't be stoned and driving anyway because it's irresponsible and that's morally not a good thing to do, I would argue. Same as drunk driving. Even if it's not as dangerous as drunk driving, it's still, you're inhibiting yourself and getting behind heavy machinery. That's a moral wrong thing to do when you're on the road with other people. I like, that's a issue when it comes to, like, disparity with police pulling people over. Like, there's literally data that shows that at night, police, like, racial disparity and people getting pulled over goes away because cops can't see the race of the person driving the car. I forget what it's called, but it's got a nickname. There's the fact that, like, in cities that are mostly white, despite the fact that like, white drivers are just as likely, if not more likely in some areas, to have weed on them, black people still get pulled over more. And when you account for the pullovers, not arrests, not actually finding drugs, they still get pulled over more when they're in like, white areas, despite the fact those whiter areas, there are more white people there that are living there. They're more likely to have weed. And even then, the cops pull over more black people in those areas, and they don't end up having weed anywhere close to as often as white people driving around those areas that are predominantly white tend to have weed. It's a very clear disparity there. But the point is that you have to attack all of these issues simultaneously. It's not like a one issue, like one and done thing. That's why it's an intersectional. That's what intersectionality is. It's when you recognize that there are a bunch of different problems that like the symptoms of are all like intersecting to cause like one big amalgam of problems, right? So the weed criminalization is tied in intrinsically with police, like racial disparity in policing, right? Yeah, it's called the Veil of Darkness test. Thank you, BC2. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Nobody ever said legalizing cannabis was going to end systemic racism or even racism in policing. But it certainly removes a major tool from that toolbox. And we've seen in states that have legalized, total arrests for marijuana drop significantly.
On top of that, federal legalization of weed is also needed if we want to eliminate the racial disparity in regards, like, one of the ways that, like, I guess it almost seems like if you were to write a story about, like, justice happening on a cultural level, I would write the story arc as that, like, okay, you've got the unjust system that is, like, disproportionately arresting and convicting black people in America of possession of marijuana. Weed gets legalized on a federal level, ideally, or at least on a state level. And you start to be able to see at least some percentage of the black community see a socioeconomic, like, rebound due to that change. That hasn't happened because the way that weed has been legalized has resulted in the consolidation of like the resources, weed sales, all that good stuff. The actual like monetization of weed on a legal level is consolidated to white people. So white people were criminalizing black people smoking weed and possessing it at no different a rate than white people were. And then now that weed's legalized in certain places, white people are the ones that are controlling all of its sale, distribution, and taking all the money. Ideally, you would see federal legalization, at least some level of like a justice, a cultural like narrative justice would come around from it, right? But that has not happened yet. But federal legalization can be a big step in that direction. Federal legalization means banks can actually loan out to anyone who's got the credit to like take out a loan and start a weed dispensary and a weed business, no matter what their race. Although there are, of course, other injustices, but it'll be a big step. You know what I mean?
A 2017 survey found that 81% of marijuana business owners in the U.S. are white.
Yes,
this is
that
a
was
huge
the point. Okay, this is the point that I was making. The solution to this is federal legalization. Every single, like, aspiring black dispensary owner has said, I can't get my dispensary off the ground until weed is federally legalized. I need a loan from the bank. I don't have the money out of pocket to put down the capital necessary to start my own dispensary. I need a location. I need a place. I need I need distribution lines. I need trucks. I need employees. Like, there's so much capital you have to put in to start the business before it becomes profitable. You need a loan. You can't get a loan until it's federally legalized. You have to be, for the most part, a rich white person to start a dispensary in these legal states. Federal legalization is the solution. Decriminalization and legalization, both.
Contrast to the people that are most often talked about when we hear about marijuana legalization, which is entrepreneurs of color and in reinvesting in communities harmed by the war on drugs. That's a great idea, but that's
What the solution? Yeah, he's calling out the thing. That's literally what I just said, and I just already got out ahead of him and said the solution is federal legalization, so the banks can loan. I'm literally running like I'm ahead of him.
It's not the reality of how it's panning out at all. The other concern is that the placement of marijuana businesses is disproportionately in communities of color, just like we see with liquor stores.
We all want to see greater inclusion.
Exactly. Yes. It is literally white people who have almost entire, like a monopoly on the marijuana industry in these legal states that are funneling funds specifically targeted at black communities, but there is also, as we know, like white people smoke weed about as much as black people, if not more, in most parts of the country. So you're still getting like white people going to those dispensaries, but functionally, when you look at it on a map, it's And on paper, it's a bunch of white people consolidating this industry and funneling money from black communities into their own, like, white-owned business that they already had the capital for in the first place to start because they didn't need a loan.
In the commercial marijuana industry. Of course, one of the reasons we don't have that diversity now is because the federal law treats cannabis as a Schedule I controlled substance, which means that banks and other financial institutions will not provide lending, will not provide loans to these would-be entrepreneurs to allow them to get their foot in the door. In fact, we have a potential fix, the Safe Banking Act. But your organization, Will, opposes that change in federal policy, which would help remedy this very situation.
Yeah.
Ooh. Let's see if the fact checker agrees. Let's see if the fact checker jumps in and calls out like something there being wrong. But I saw a pop-up there and it seemed like it was agreeing there. I wonder what his retort will be.
Yeah, and I think that's because the Safe Banking Act would open the floodgates to huge tobacco companies and alcohol companies totally taking over the industry. And it's a great idea that we want to have smaller entrepreneurs get into this, but we know how business works in the US. We know how capitalism works. On multiple fronts, we're going to continue to see this inequality exist.
Wait, so it should just be banned? Like, so it shouldn't be allowed? That we should just allow this disparity to continue? Like, it's already the big companies that are getting into weed already because they have the money to start it off. That makes no sense. Large corporations like the alcohol companies and tobacco companies don't need money and funds and capital from banks and loans to start dispensaries. They just have the funds to do that if they want to break into that industry. What? How did you just use capitalism as an argument against legalized weed? So right now, there is massive disparity. That change would heavily, like, take a hit to that disparity, but he argues that something that is already happening now would happen more with, like, large corporations getting into weed. This makes no sense. That is the most illogical argument I've heard from him. Like, that makes no fucking sense. The reason why POC, like, communities are having a harder time breaking into the weed industry in legal states is because they don't have the money and resources that these large corporations have. They are claiming because of this... okay.
Decriminalization leaves the unregulated marketplace intact, and it continues to perpetuate police interaction with the community.
It shouldn't have to perpetuate law enforcement.
I'm sorry. Nobody is going to be getting their weed illegally if they can get it legally easier. This is even true of pirating. We know this has always been true. There's no reason why I would ever go to some guy to get my weed when I can go to the dispensary. There's just that's just a fact. The stuff at the dispensary is better. It's going to be cheaper for the quality. There's just no reason. There is no reason if there's a dispensary and it is available. And he's against the dispensaries. So you literally don't have to use, like, legal response by criminalizing people. Like, there won't be an industry in selling weed if everybody has access to dispensaries. There's no industry in selling illegal milk in America because everybody can go to the store and buy milk. If everyone can go to the store and buy weed, there's not going to be an industry of illegal weed. If everyone can go to a clinic and get an abortion, there's not going to be an industry of unsafe, illegal abortions. Because people don't seek out the subpar illegal version of something if there is a legal, better version of it at their fingertips.
I think that we can craft decriminalization in a way that completely removes it from the criminal justice system and treats it more as a health issue. I think, like, Portugal has done a great job at destigmatizing use and for people to have problematic use to have services provided for them.
When you say that if decriminalization perpetuates law enforcement contact with marijuana users and sellers, can you explain why that would be? If it's not a crime, why are the police involved?
Because marijuana is illicit, which means it's contraband. So if the police encounter somebody,
Well, what it means is that, well, yeah, he's going to explain it here, but it's like if you're driving or if you're like, if a cop stops you or something and you're under the influence of the substance, that can be an issue. They can say you're under illicit substances.
possessing or using cannabis, they have a legal responsibility to interact, to seize that cannabis. They also can continue to search individuals, pull them over, frisk them because they claim they smelled cannabis. Because again, cannabis itself is an illicit substance. Now,
How many innocent black people do you think have been pulled over by cops who said they smelled weed? Wink, wink. Imagine being able to take away the "I thought I smelled weed" excuse from cops. Like, they literally can't use that as an excuse to pull people over anymore. There's a lot of, like, videos and blogs and stuff like that. They're usually called something along the lines of, like, driving while black or whatever. There's a lot of excuses that cops will use to, like, racially profile black people on the road and pull them over because they don't want to seem racist, I guess. I always love taking away another reason they try to use to validate their racial profiling. So I think taking away that excuse would be a good one.
not a legal one.
And if a decriminalization law allows for that, then it's a poorly crafted decriminalization law.
Will, it sounds like you want Washington, D.C. People can possess marijuana, they can grow marijuana, but there's no regulated commercial market for people to obtain marijuana. And that's why we have unregulated shops gifting marijuana products, selling unregulated products.
Also, if you keep it banned, you're just going to see more things like DMT, for example. Or not DMT, like, well, obviously you're going to see DMT and other drugs become popular. Not DMT, that's a hallucinogen, which is pretty cool. What's it called? It's got a similar name. Delta 8. It's got a similar name. Delta 8. You're going to see Delta 8. You're going to see Spice. You're going to see Delta 10. You're going to see fucking... what else is there? There's so many different, like, alternate versions of weed, some better than others that have come along. Like, God, you're going to see, like, there's so many different types. Spice is horrible, apparently. THCP, HHC is apparently a thing. THCO, I've tried that. It's pretty good. It's actually pretty strong. HHC and HHCO. Like, there's so many different hemp-derived, like, cannabinoids that people are going to find loopholes through. It's just, like, people want to get their hands on weed, and they'd rather order it online legally through a legal loophole even than go to get real weed from a drug dealer. Nobody wants to have to get their weed illegally. The criminal distribution and industry behind weed will collapse within days if weed gets legalized federally. As soon as everybody's got access to a dispensary within reason, that'll be where they go. People will go out of state to go to their closest dispensary instead of to their local drug dealer, if it becomes legal for them to go over, get it, and just, like, have it.
Is that a preferable policy to one where the commercial market is licensed and regulated?
I do think it's preferable, but I think that is because the shops came into place with the understanding that eventually it would be commercialized. Even more ideally, we create a new world, a new concept where it's like, hey, grow this yourself, or if you want to have it and share it with friends, do that. But this is not something that we're going to allow industries to sell.
He's trying to go super libertarian with it and say, if you want weed, you have to grow it yourself. I'm sorry, you're not taking away my, like, lab fucking my lab gene spliced GMO super weed that's been genetically engineered for years and will continue to be so, to become stronger and stronger and stronger, and then, like, distilled and concentrated down into this, like, convenient vape pen. Which, by the way, I don't think you could make these vape pens at home. Like, I'm sorry. Fuck this, like, libertarian, oh, you have to... Not even libertarian. It's more like Anprim. Like, you have to grow it yourself. No businesses are allowed to start based on this thing. You have to grow it in your own yard. Christ. I mean, that's fun. I mean, I do like people doing home growing if that's what they want to do, and I think that should be allowed, but, like... I think most people would rather just go to the store and pick up their vape pen and go home and and stream.
Big tobacco and alcohol companies have invested billions of dollars into the cannabis industry and are lobbying for legalization at the federal and state levels.
The reason for this is because the cigarette and alcohol markets are dying in the place of vapes and weed. Like with the legalization of weed and the introduction of vapes, the rate of smoking goes down massively and the rate of drinking goes down massively. Respectively. This has meant that these large companies have had to start moving their actual market more towards these other substances because they see that cigarettes and alcohol are a dying industry compared to weed and vapes. Now, I would say that is a good thing. It's like Hasbro going from selling weapons to selling toys. Sure, still kind of fucked up that was a thing, but I'm glad they're selling toys and not weapons now. They might still be selling weapons, though. I actually don't know. But yeah, I think that was a thing. I think Hasbro literally was a weapons manufacturer before they made toys. Or it was some, toy-making company that used to be a weapons manufacturer. It might not have been Hasbro. Regardless, this is just these companies adapting to the fact that when weed is an option and vapes are an option, instead of smoking cigarettes and drinking liquor, people would rather have a joint and a vape. And that's not a perfect way to treat your body, but it's clearly healthier than cigarettes and liquor.
And this is especially concerning because we know
and the fact that people are actively choosing to seek out the better option here should be encouraged. They're not being it's not being banned and they're having to find an alternative. They're actively choosing what they believe is the better option. People like vapes and weed better than they like liquor and cigarettes.
Record that these companies have of addiction for profit, whether we're talking about alcohol or the tobacco industries, it raises some concerns for public health that I think are very important.
Certainly, there are commercial interests, but to imply that they are the ones driving this train is simply disingenuous. This is an issue that was largely pushed on the grassroots level 20, 30 years ago, and it remains the grassroots level that's pushing this issue today.
Yep.
Not corporations, not big business.
Corporations responding to the public wanting something is not evidence that only corporations want it. This is a very common conservative, what's the word for it? Conservatives will very oftentimes, they do it with the go woke, go broke, or the woke agenda thing, where it's look, the left or LGBT people can't be discriminated against. People of color can't be discriminated against. Look at how many large corporations do Pride Month posts or do months during or do a big post during Black History Month and stuff like that. Clearly, these groups aren't oppressed if all these big, powerful companies publicly, announce their support for these groups, right? The fact that the public has influenced these companies does not mean the companies made up these ideas. They try to claim that wokeness is a corporate thing, but it's companies doing what sells best to the public. That's literally all it is.
But in fact, the people.
Whoever's pushed this for 20 years, at the end of the day, there's big tobacco and alcohol companies standing.
Oh, it was Mattel? Apparently it was Mattel, and maybe not Hasbro. I don't know. It was some company that used to make toys that ended up, or that makes toys that used to be a arms manufacturer. Maybe the other way around.
By ready to profit
Google
off
it.
of that, and that's a big concern.
Mattel made M16 rifles? Oh, shit.
I think Will's proposed solutions, policies like decriminalization, don't go far enough. Because at the end of the day, if we don't want criminal entrepreneurs being the ones providing cannabis, if we want purity of products, if we want products that are labeled and regulated, then we have to have legalization. Because we can't impose regulations and rules on a decriminalized substance.
What this discussion has showed is that we need to move past.
He meant to say criminalized. We can't enforce rules and regulations on a criminalized substance because all the distribution and industry is illegal and under the radar of the police and the government to begin with. You can regulate and manage an industry that is legal and public. And there will not be an illegal industry when it's all public and legal, because people rather get it legally than illegally. So he meant illegal, not legalized.
The punitive policies that we've had for marijuana in the past years in our country, while still avoiding the excesses of commercialization. What you see from continued habitual use for heavy users, that's where you start to see the negative public health costs, whether that's on.
So now he's trying to argue that the people are wrong in their support for having, like, weed legalization. Or, like, they're wrong in their support for that because it's actually not healthy for you. Okay. There are a lot of things that aren't healthy for you that you have the freedom to do in this country. You have the freedom to climb a tree and swing from a rope into a spring. I've done this before many times. Could have died doing it. If I did that with the intent of killing myself, it would be illegal. Suicide's illegal. Attempted suicide's illegal. But because I did it with the intent of having fun, it wasn't illegal. And I didn't get hurt, thankfully. Like, you're allowed and free to do a lot of things in this country that are dangerous and bad for you. What matters, I believe, unironically, is whether or not, if you're doing something that's bad for you but you enjoy it, whether or not it affects others negatively. And with, you know, smoking weed and, just particularly weed, it generally isn't harming others. And if it is harming others, then it's usually illegal for other reasons. Like, for example, let's say you're a parent and marijuana smoking is causing you to be a lackluster parent. Chances are, the thing you're doing that should be illegal is child neglect or child abuse, not smoking weed and having a kid, right? So, like, the things that you consider would be a problem are already illegal, so why does the substance need to be an issue? Because the substance being a legal issue is always going to be causing completely well-meaning, well-acting people to get fucked over.
On driving, whether that's on mental health, whether that's on youth use, we have to move forward in a way that isn't going to allow for the exploitation of vulnerable communities by addiction-for-profit companies.
Let's cut.
I do think there is an ethical argument to be made that addiction-for-profit companies are, like, some of the most disgusting examples of, like, capitalist industry. But I would, like, retort to that with, no, the most disgusting form of capitalist industry is necessities for profit. The fact that you have to, like, the fact that you go to the store and you have to buy water. Like, obviously you can run your tap, but you have to pay your water bill in a lot of places. A lot of places don't have access to clean drinking water. Flint, Michigan, for example. So you have to buy water from the store. Food, you have to buy. Housing is commodified. These are things you need to live. Like, you don't have them and you'll die. Addictions are wants. Sure, there are some addictions that you can get hooked on that you'll die if you go cold turkey, like alcohol, for example. And that's pretty fucked. That's why I think alcohol, so many people moving from alcohol to weed, when alcohol can kill you if you get addicted and go cold turkey, is like, I rather they be addicted to weed than alcohol, you know? God, it's so deep, yeah. Like, alcohol is an exception to this, but, like, when it comes to, like, addiction, it's stuff that you want, and that's commodified, and that's bad, sure, addiction for profit. But what about, like, living for profit? Like, you have to, like, provide profit to corporations to survive, or go out in the woods and hunt for yourself, I guess, or forage. I don't know. Anyway, that's really all I have to say about it. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I believe that's going to be the last segment for the day as well. However, here's the thing. Before I wrap up stream, I am going to hype you guys up and redirect you. We're going to chill for just a little while longer, don't worry. I think I'll chill here for like another 15 to 30 minutes. No. Hold on. Opera GX, why do you suck? I hate the tab, like, window snapping thing. You know what I'm talking about if you use Opera GX. You know how frustrating it is when you want to move one window into another window and tabs bullshit. You know exactly what I'm talking about if you use Opera GX, how fucked it is. Get Firefox? Get fire fucked. I love you, Beta Leafy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, whoa. Do not oh me. Fuck, let me see if I can find the video. Okay, here it is. Alright, chat. As all of you know, probably not all of you, as some of you may know, I recently started my own WoW guild called Trance Rights. Here's a picture of last night when we started our questing on our level 1s. This is not everybody who's in the guild. This is just everybody who was able to arrive last night alone. We had more people who arrived as it went along, but this was like the beginning when we got everybody together outside Orgrimmar. We're absolutely welcoming more people, and I ask that you join my Discord server, linked in the description of the stream on YouTube, and check my announcements to see info on how to join. It's right above my announcements for today's stream. There's like a step-by-step on how to join the guild. I really would love to have more of my fans come and join because we're actively inviting more and more people. We want as many people as possible to join. But this is so far a small group of the people we have in the guild. Is it free? You have to pay $15 a month for a WoW sub to get WoW Classic, but other than that, getting in the guild is free, yeah. You don't need to be subbed or anything like that on the site. It's like you just have to follow the steps that are in the Discord announcements. Anyway, to give you an idea of what WoW is normally like, if you don't have a big guild of people, this is what it's like. I really like this video a lot. It's a good classic WoW video. It's a really, really good classic WoW video. But this is what WoW is like if you don't have a giant guild and you only have a small group of friends. That was him when he was younger, but now he's got a girlfriend. He doesn't play WoW anymore, but WoW Classic goes live on August 27th, but he's not going to play it. He's got a girlfriend now, but those memories of when he was younger. The idea of returning to Classic WoW, the Night Elves. He has to. Girls are temporary, WoW is eternal. That is what it was like when everybody spawned in. Two e-girls saved him. A healer and a tank. They got a mage. Dead mines. Oh, they got a dwarf paladin with them. Looks like paladin gear. I've never played a paladin, though. Could be warrior. Actually, yeah, I think it is a paladin. Wearing cloth. It's gonna be us, chat. Oh, he canceled his sub. Yeah, that's what you get for playing a mage. She didn't get her loot. Rip. He's doing PvP. The music is copyrighted if you're wondering why there's no audio. If you're wondering why there was no audio, it's because it's copyrighted music, but it's a really good song if you want to watch the original video. I just think the visuals of like the Wojaks are pretty funny too. Slowly losing the friends you used to play with is so hard. One of my friends on Xbox I used to game with hasn't logged on for 16 years. That's so sad. Last online 12 years ago. Alright, everybody. With all of that said, let me unmute this really fast. That is the end of today's stream. I think I'm going to raid into Demon Mama. I think that sounds reasonable. I think, I know that Vosh is live, but Vosh already has a shit ton of viewers. So I don't think that he needs the raid as much as Demon Mama could probably use it. Demon Mama's live, right? Yes, she is. Perfect.
To think about it.
Alrighty. I'm going to be hosting Demon Mama, so go over into Demon Mama's stream and say Zan raid. Love from Zan, all that good stuff. You know what to say. I'm going to embed Demon Mama's stream now. YouTube channel? Is that it? Is that how I do it? Yeah, it worked. Cool. All right. Have a good one, everybody. Go say hi to Demon Mama for me.